Okay, I'll call this meeting to order. Good morning, everyone. It's great to see all of you. Today, our invocation will be given by Pastor Brian Hill from First Baptist Church. Pastor?
Thank you for this opportunity. Let's pray together. Father, we come before you this morning with humble hearts, with gratitude that you have allowed us to be part of such a beautiful place, a beautiful city. I thank you for the community, for the leadership within our community, and I ask your blessings upon each of them, not only those gathered in this room, but Father, those who serve each of us through our law enforcement, our first responders, all of the medical field, the way that you have created such a wonderful place for us to live, and we thank you for them. We ask your blessings. I pray especially your blessings on this council for clarity, for wisdom, even beyond their own experience, their own years. Lord, your wisdom for them as they direct what happens in our city for the betterment of all of us. Most of all, through all of that, I ask that we would continue to turn our face toward you and look to you for your wisdom and for your peace and for your mercy. May we live loving justice, seeking mercy, and walking humbly with you each and every day. In Jesus' name we pray it. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. And next we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States and the Texas flag given by Megan Pendleton, who attends Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi. Megan?
Thank you. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Yes, ma'am. Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera. Oh, Mr. Barrera, I think will be joining us on WebEx later today. Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Billy Lerma. Here. John Martinez.
Here.
Ben Molina.
Present.
Mike Pesley. Here. Greg Smith. Mr. Smith? Okay. Oh, he's going to be late.
Oh,
He's going to be a little bit late today. City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Great. Thank you. So now we'll go ahead and do a couple of proclamations, commendations that we have scheduled. Cynthia, yeah.
Okay.
This is ADA. Yes, yes. Hi. Thank you. How are you? Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am. It's a pleasure to have you. And I'll make sure. Good morning. How are you? Good morning. Any more? That's it? Okay, great. Wonderful. Good morning, and good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here today and taking part in your city government. So today we are reading a proclamation for the Americans with Disabilities Act. So whereas the Americans with Disabilities Act, or ADA, was passed on July 26th of 1990 to ensure that civil rights of citizens with disabilities, and whereas there are over 50 million people with disabilities of all ages live in communities throughout the United States, and whereas the ADA has expanded opportunities for Americans with disabilities by reducing barriers and changing perceptions and increasing full participation in community life. However, the full promise of the ADA will only be reached if we remain committed to continue our efforts to fully implement the ADA. And whereas numerous organizations in Nueces County work with constituents and communities to bring forth the promise of hope and freedom that is envisioned by the passage of the ADA. And whereas in July of 2021, people with disabilities and supporters are encouraged to celebrate the 31st anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act, or ADA, with appropriate programs and activities to advance this year's theme, which is Celebrate, Learn, and Share. Now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim July 26th of 2021, the 31st anniversary of the Americans with Disability Act in Corpus Christi, Texas, and encourage our citizens to promote independence and equality for all. And we want to thank you for your advocacy for the disabled, and we want you to know that the city continues to strive to make the entire community and city accessible to all residents. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Guajardo and City Council members. My name is Linda Falwell Stover with the Coastal Bend Center for Independent Living. I'm here representing our board, our staff, and community partners. Thank you for recognizing and joining in the celebration of the 31st anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act with this proclamation today. Coastal Bend Center for Independent Living is a nonprofit organization and a federally designated center for independent living. More than half of our board members and our staff are people with disabilities. CIBSL is rooted in the philosophy of independent living with the mission to assist people with disabilities to achieve their goals. On Friday, July 23rd, beginning at 11:30 a.m., CIBSL will host a virtual live celebration / it's the pandemic, folks, we're still recovering. Keynote speaker for this event will be Diego de Maya with the Independent Living Research Utilization Program, ILRU. He will speak to the anniversary theme of the ADA, Celebrate, Learn, and Share. The ILRU program is a national center for information, training, research, and technical assistance in independent living and ADA compliance. CIBSL will host a Facebook Live event to expand opportunities to participate. We invite you to join us. Thank you, Mayor Guajardo and council members, for your support of the Americans with Disabilities Act and your leadership here in Corpus Christi. Thanks again.
Let's take a picture. Okay. You guys want to come up? Dynamo? Let's Let's, Cynthia. Hi, how are you? You know what I mean? You want to come in here and line them up? How are you? Paulette, nice to meet you, Santos. Congratulations. This is the other coach? Yes. Manuel, nice to meet you. Guys, why don't y'all come up here? Get the tall guys in the back. Get the boys in the back. All taller. Wow, there's a lot of boys. Yeah, that way, you know what I'm saying? We're proactive. Get them in there. Now get them to scoot back once the other ones are. Okay, guys, y'all want to scoot back? Take 3 steps. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep going, back it up. Boys, cheer y'all. Okay, we got everybody? Okay. All right. Okay, how exciting. Okay, tell me about how old are you guys? And there's Andy. I know how old you are. 15. Somebody else give me a number. Everybody's 18, 13. No? 17. Wow. Okay, so this is wonderful. We're super happy to have y'all here. And it's an honor because this is City Council Chambers, which is where a lot of things happen that affect your life. We're very proud. Today is about you and what you've accomplished. So today we are reading a certificate of commendation for this amazing soccer standing achievements competing in the South Texas President's Cup in Decanter, Alabama, where they will compete against some of the best teams in the southern United States. So in 2005, boys were able to complete their state title run, winning all 7 of their games in both the district and state rounds. The boys posted impressive stats by scoring 28 goals and only allowing 9 throughout the tournament. This team consists of players from Corpus Christi, Portland, Beeville, and Victoria. The 2002 girls also finished in their state title run undefeated. So sending 2 teams to a tournament of this caliber is a huge accomplishment for the Coastal Bend soccer community. We are so very proud of these young men and ladies. They represent not only Corpus Christi, but also the whole Coastal Bend with class, respect, and sportsmanship. So congratulations on a great season. So who's the captain? The blonde. Where's the blonde? Okay, step up here, Captain. All right, so what is your name? Layton Carpenter. I want you to say a few words on what this means to you and the team.
All right. Yes, I'm Layton Carpenter. This means it's very good that we've made it this far and we can compete with all the best teams in the region. It was very nice. Yeah.
Good job, Layton. That's wonderful. Step on up. So here's the girls' captain. What is your name? Osiris? Okay, what would you like to say?
I just want to say that I'm super proud of all of these girls. We've been through a lot, and I'm just so proud of them. I'm so honored to be able to play with them, and I hope them the best in the future. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, we're going to take a picture right in the middle. Let me get in here with y'all. And then we turn around because your city councilmen are behind y'all and they walk in. won't. Dropping from the ceiling. Balloon. Yes, yes. Yes. Okay. Well, that was fun. Okay, so I think, Mr. Zanoni, if you want to, would you like to start with some of your report? We have 10 minutes before public comment.
Yes, I can. I was looking for Annette Rodriguez. I'm not sure if she's here.
Oh, she's over here.
Annette, where you at? There you are. Okay, we're going to begin. I do have a couple things that we posted, but we thought it'd be important to give the council and really the community an update from our public health director, Annette Rodriguez, with respect to COVID-19, in particular the Delta variant that's wreaking havoc across the world, really, at that point. So, Annette, can you just bring us up to speed on where we are and what we should be doing with respect to COVID-19?
Absolutely. So thank you for having me here today. So I am just going to give a quick update. And so next slide, please. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody was well aware of what was going on in our community. I think if you look at this first slide, you're going to see that for those fully vaccinated, we're right around 40.44% here in Nueces County, compared to Texas at 39%, compared to the United States at 44.8%. Next slide, please. What's interesting about those totally fully vaccinated is that while we're only at 40%, if you look at the number that qualify to get vaccinated, we all know that's 12 years and older. So if we look at that population, that's closer to 47.2% here in Nueces County that are fully vaccinated. So that's a better number. And for those individuals that we've been talking about that are very vulnerable, those 65 years and older, we're at 71.5 or 72% fully vaccinated. So that's a great number as well. So if you look at this slide for Nueces County, the number of COVID cases, what you see is the first and the second wave that we kind of have behind us. And so we saw that first wave in July, we saw that second wave in January, and now we see the numbers, according to this graph, they look like they're all getting better and they're going down. But I'm going to take a closer look at June and July. Next slide, please. So if you look at June and July, I've kind of broken it out for you. You see what our concern is here. So the number of cases on a weekly basis, they were around 28 to 30 cases per week for the last few months. And so in June, 200, and June 6th, 212, and June 13th, 206, on June 20th, 212. June 27th, 162, in July, around 200, and then we had a 100% increase on July 11th last week, and it went up to 404 cases of COVID-19 in Nueces County. Next slide. So that wasn't the most concerning to us, because we were seeing that kind of, a little bit of a jump, a little bit of a decrease, those cases. What was the real eye-opener for us was this slide here that you see, the hospitalizations. And that just happened like a few days ago. That wasn't weeks ago, that was a few days ago. So if you look at this slide, it's important because in July 1st, we had 20 people hospitalized here in Nueces County, and that's in the 3 hospitals. That's in in Driscoll Children's Hospital, that's Christus Health System, and that's the HCA Health System as well. In the 3 hospitals, we had around 20, and we had been running between 20 and 30 hospitalizations for the whole month of June. So we were looking at those numbers. But what happened was July 8th, we saw this jump. So looking at these numbers every day, we saw the jump. They went to 42 hospitalizations, which was really kind of concerning, but we were thinking maybe it's a normal variant. Maybe we checked with the contact tracers. Maybe there was some type of event where a lot of people got infected and they ended up getting hospitalized. We didn't see that happening. So we looked the next day. We saw 44 hospitalizations, and those numbers continued to rise, 49, 49, 50 hospitalizations, 57, 59. And yesterday 69, and today we look like we're going to be at 69 or higher as well. The other thing that increased was the ICU cases. So we went from 9 at the beginning of July to 23, and today we're going to be at 24 ICU cases. So seeing this increase of 245% in hospitalizations and an increase of 155% in patients in the ICU within the last few days in July, we believe that this is attributed to the 4th of July holiday, where people were congregating more together, but also more importantly is the Delta strain. We believe that the Delta variant is here. And so we have sent specimens off to the state for sequencing, and we expect them in 2 to 4 weeks. So sequencing takes time to actually occur, and so we should get some of those results. But we have every indication by what we're seeing with those hospitalization numbers, not just here, but it's also in Texas and across the United States, reason to believe that the Delta variant is circulating in our community. So let's talk a little bit about the variants. Next slide, please. So we have variants, everybody knows that, and we've been looking very closely at the alpha variant. So that's the beta, that's the UK, that's the UK variant, that's the B117. Everybody's been, very clear that in Nueces County we've had the B117, but there's also the beta from South Africa, there's also the epsilon, there's also the eta, the lambda, the kappa, the delta, the gamma, and now we see the lambda as well. And I think everybody saw in the news this morning that we see the lambda now circulating in Houston, and the lambda originated from Peru, and so we know it's a matter of time for us to get the lambda variant here as well. So, but this B1617.2 is the Delta variant that came from India. The difference between here and India, because I think everybody has seen how this variant has devastated India, is that they were not as well vaccinated, some were not even vaccinated, at the time that they got the Delta variant. And so it was devastating to them. But we do know it's much more transmissible, and it's also more virulent, which means it has a higher viral load, and so you can get sicker with it. So far the study suggests that the current vaccines that we have do protect against the Delta. So nothing is 100% though. I hope everybody remembers that. And I think that's kind of what we just need to do, is remind people so they can be aware. This Delta variant has increased from 10% of all COVID cases to 31% in the United States in a couple of weeks. And for the state of Texas, it's increased from 21% to 57%. And that's currently where we're at 57% of all of our cases are the Delta, and about 30% are still the B117, the UK variant. Next slide. And for the final slide, I wanted to talk to you about the vaccine breakthrough cases in Nueces County, because I think it's important and people are asking, has anybody that's been fully vaccinated in Nueces County, have they gotten COVID-19? And the answer is absolutely yes, they have. There's been 145 individuals that we know of. There's probably more, but they haven't tested. So they're not getting as a severe illness. It's more mild, it's more like a cold, more like a flu, so they don't even feel like they need to get tested. But that we know of, we have 145 cases. That's about 0.1% of those fully vaccinated here in Nueces County. The number hospitalized is 16 of those 145 cases. They were hospitalized, and we know that we've had 4 deaths of people that have been fully vaccinated in Nueces County. 3 of those individuals did have some comorbidities. I know everybody's interested, did they have other things going on? They were in their 60s, and one of them, we could not find any comorbidities for cause of death. The vaccine status for those 145, 67 of them received the Moderna vaccine, 51 of them received the Pfizer vaccine, 26 received J&J, and there was one unknown that we could not find out which vaccine they actually received. So from the time of their last vaccine, and we all know for Pfizer and Moderna it's 2 vaccines, or J&J it's 1, from the time of their last vaccine, the least number of days before they got COVID-19 was 25, and the most was 54 days after their last vaccine. I think that's a real important statistic, because again, we're learning about COVID-19. So while we were telling individuals after your last vaccine, after about 2 weeks, you're considered fully vaccinated, you can take off your mask. I think because of these statistics, even though it's only 4 deaths, I think that it warrants us saying that go ahead and wear your mask for 2 months after your last vaccine, just for that extra added protection, and then you can feel free to take that mask off. So what are some of the things that we can do? One of the things is to remember that even if you're fully vaccinated, if you're immunocompromised in any way, you really need to keep wearing your mask when you're in congregate settings, especially indoors. If you feel uncomfortable in any way, there's too many people around, I just really don't feel comfortable, put your mask on. It's not going to hurt you. It's only going to protect you. So continue to follow those public health precautions that we talked about, the social distancing. Anything makes you feel uncomfortable, makes you think maybe I'm going to get COVID-19, I would say social distance and put the mask on. Also remember, the other really big important message is that children under the age 11 and younger are not vaccinated at this time. There is no vaccine for them, and so protect them. They should be wearing a mask when they're out and about and when they're in congregate settings. And that's all I have at this time. If you have any questions, I'm available.
Councilman Martinez.
Good morning, or afternoon. With the numbers, the 145 hospitalized, 16 deaths, and 4 deaths, do we have a comparison to the unvaccinated people to get an idea of how effective the vaccine is? When hearing these numbers, it sounds concerning, but I think if we had a comparison with the unvaccinated folks, what those numbers are, it would kind of give a little more perspective.
Right. I know that those being hospitalized, we talked with one of the hospitals over the weekend, and what they said was that 93% of their population over the weekend, and we were again looking at around 60 cases at that time, were unvaccinated. So that, kind of tells you where we are with that.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Just real quick, do we track how many people, or has there been any cases of people that died from the vaccine?
That have died from the vaccine.
Or maybe is there a method of, have we been tracking it, or people that have died within a month of taking the vaccine?
I think this is probably going to be the closest to what we have, because that is really what CDC has us looking at. They have us looking at, for those people vaccinated, did they end up in the hospital? And if they ended up in the hospital, did they end up dying? And that's where we found those 4 individuals that have passed away that have been fully vaccinated.
But I think you're asking, did they die because
did they
of the
die
vaccine?
of the disease, or did they die of the vaccination?
Yeah. Councilman's question is, does the vaccine kill people?
Oh, okay. So what we're seeing is, I don't have those statistics, to be honest with you. I can ask our local health authority, Dr. Ram. So, but we're not seeing that. We're seeing that the vaccines are very safe and effective at this time.
Okay, so just to, and I'm not sure if we're even looking for that, but if we could get some statistics of how many people have died within a month of taking the vaccine. Thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Annette, you said early on that in your presentation that you've sent off some specimens to be tested, but as yet we don't have any evidence that we have a different variant here in Nueces County.
That is
So
correct.
we have not confirmed that.
No, we have not. So we don't have a paper that actually says we have Delta or Lambda. As soon as we receive that information, we will share that.
Yeah, I think that's important for people to know that that
Yes,
we have not
absolutely.
found that here yet.
Right,
Okay.
we have not.
Okay, thank you.
That's all the questions, Annette. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and it's about 12 noon, so I think we're going to go ahead and skip to item F, public comment. And before I begin, I will ask our city attorney, Miles Risley, to review the council meeting rules up to quorum. The rules will also be visible on the screens in the chambers and for the television audience. Mr. Risley.
Citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. Sherry Sells. You'll please come up and state your name and address.
My name is Sherry Sells. I'm at 5014 Wingfoot Lane. Good morning. I would like to talk about code enforcement today. On June 6th, I contacted the mayor to let her know about the parking in our area due to an illegal Airbnb and what I could do for my husband to have disabled parking. She emailed approximately June 8th to Liza Lopez in Code. On June 9th, Code comes out and comes to my house 3 times and gives me a ticket for tall grass, dead and diseased trees, and brush and bulk, okay? I called in and I speak with Liza. Liza said the only thing I have to do is cut my grass, waiting on the lawn guy because it had been raining and everybody was behind. He came out and cut the grass the same day. I have pallets in my backyard in which I make garden boxes for the disabled and for veterans so that they can grow their own vegetables at their house, and I donate all the vegetables that I grow in my yard to them. Code came out and told me I had to cut down my vegetables, which had fruit bearing on the trees. He keeps coming out and harassing me. He come out to me, and this is exactly what he says to me. He's going to educate me in the law. Okay, most of y'all don't know who I am. I was a paralegal in Dallas-Fort Worth for 20 years. I was on the Timothy McVeigh Oklahoma bombing trial. He thinks he's going to educate me on the law. He needs to leave me alone. I've asked city council twice for him not to come to my house. He was there again yesterday. Liza said my pallets are fine. He came yesterday, and they're taking me to court over the pallets, over my garden. I only own one tree. It's a loquat tree. It was put in 1976 by my mother-in-law. It's beautiful green, fruit's starting to develop on it. He has no reason to sit there and threaten me. He's seen my trailer unattached. My son was fixing the lights on it. It's how we transport my husband. He said that he was going to get parking out to have my trailer towed, okay? It took him a month before parking could get me on my trailer. I injured my shoulder. I was in the emergency room and could not move the trailer to the backyard. My son was already at work. That was issued, was resolved. Assistant Chief Breedlove took care of the situation, made it all right. But it's not right for him to tell me I can't do things with the rising cost of things for veterans and Social Security. Their pay didn't go up just because the food in the grocery store went up. So why should they be penalized all because I have a vindictive code officer that I've told them he's not allowed on my property? Everything Liza said, that was good. She even told it to the mayor's office that all I had to do was cut my grass. But now they're taking me to court, and all my code letters that they say they sent me, I haven't received no code letters from them, and they're not on my app. So someone really needs to address him, keep him off my property, and he needs to leave my garden alone. Thank
Mr.
you.
Zanoni,
Have a good day.
can we address this, please?
Our Assistant City Manager, Neiman Young, is going to work with that individual. Yes.
Okay, do they need
Yeah,
to
Ms.
speak to
Sells, Ms. Sells, just hold tight. Neiman Young will speak with you.
Yes, thank you. Errol Summerlin. Is Errol here? No? Errol Summerlin, no. Okay. Angel Castillo?
Angel Castillo, 1729 Morris. I was a driver for the city I worked for the city for 32 years, and we used to carry this paper. It addresses potholes, it addresses everything. So I'm gonna leave this paper to you all, that you could check it out. It's a work order we used to do. Every morning, they used to give us this paper, and we used to pick up the garbage and write down the potholes or old cars that were in the way. And that's all I got. I hope you start this program again. You all have a nice one.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo, and thank you for your service to the city.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Jack Gordy?
Yes, I'm Jack Gordy, and I live at 4118 Bray Drive. I'm here for the same thing that I was here for the last 3 meetings. I've been trying to get an answer to 2 simple questions. The city manager got 5 letters, the city attorney got 5 letters, and Public Information Office got 5 letters for 2 simple questions, and you got a copy there of the simple question. Question number 1, it was a lawsuit, it was filed by the federal government. I wanted to know if it's still active or has it been settled? That's a simple question, okay? And the next question was, if it's been settled, how much did the city have to pay? So simple to answer it. It's a violation of the Freedom of Information Act. And if I'm not mistaken, the city has already been notified 5 different times by the Texas Attorney General for violating the Freedom of Information Act. There's no sense in taking, they got 5 letters from me asking the same 2 questions. It's time for this city council to make sure that they do their job and respond to simple information requests. If it was complicated, that would be different. But it's simple questions. There's no excuse or reason for not answering those 2 questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gordy. Mr. Risley, did we not address this last week or 2 weeks ago?
Yes. The answer to all of his questions are yes, and the amount was listed when we approved the decree back in August of last year. And we provided a copy of the consent decree with that amount provided within it to Mr. Gordy.
Okay. Thank you. Omar Becerra?
Good afternoon. My name is Omar Becerra. I live at 3021 Longview Street. I'm speaking today as a local independent filmmaker, a former chair of the Corpus Christi 7-Day Film Project Steering Committee, a former adjunct professor of film editing at Texas A&M University Corpus Christi, and as a person who helped craft our local film ordinance during its initial drafting phase. I'd like to thank Councilman Ben Molina for meeting with us and for his support and efforts to helping resolve our situation. There are 2 things I find curious about the current situation we find ourselves in regarding the film ordinance. First, given what we know about the interaction between our film community leaders and city leadership in the time leading up to the CC70 kickoff, it's plainly obvious that the city was steadfast in its new interpretation of the film ordinance. Misinterpretation and misunderstanding didn't become buzzwords until KIII TV reporter Bill Churchwell began asking questions and broadcast his news story. This is both mind-boggling and irritating, especially given the fact that the city did not reconsider its position until 5 hours before the broadcast and roughly 27 hours before the end of a film race that had already been occurring for a week. The teams were done filming by this point. I hope that the public, our elected officials, stakeholders, and interested parties can see right through this. Second, I was of the understanding that there would be an item on the agenda today that would start the process of amending the film ordinance, and that item isn't here. I hope that the city has a good reason for this unnecessary delay. My fear is that city leadership, in its view, believes that this process can be handled internally without input from the film community. My fear is that the city believes that simply changing a word here and there will resolve this issue, and this is not the case. The original intent behind the film ordinance, when it came to addressing our local filmmakers, was for the ordinance to be fluid. Why should a resident, especially a young person, with no money, only a desire for artistic expression and aspirations for becoming a filmmaker, be regarded under the same lens as a 100-person Hollywood film crew from LA or Austin? Film, like any art form, is subjective. And what the city does not understand is that the filmmaking process itself is subjective and full of nuance and gray areas. The film ordinance was not and still cannot be a one-size-fits-all document. Who better to provide the insight and guidance necessary to amend the ordinance correctly than the very people it impacts? Moving forward, local filmmakers, whoever they may be, must have a seat at the table as it was when the ordinance was written. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Becerra. Brian Watson. Mr. Risley, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I'd like to say that there were no miscommunications on the city side. The question of when a permit is required, once it was finally asked, probably 99% of the film permits that have ever been requested were unnecessary because a person has a constitutional right to film on a piece of public property as long as they're not utilizing it exclusively and pushing people off of it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Watson.
Good morning, Council, Mayor. My name is Brian Watson. I live at 5813 Hugo in Corpus Christi. First of all, I want to thank you for rehiring Chief Markle. I think he's done a great job wherever he is today. I don't know. And then to commend Mr. Zanoni for his approval. He deserves it. We need him. Just a couple of things. I wanted to clarify, I don't come here to cause problems or blame people for issues I'm concerned about. As I move into this thing on fluoride and maybe some talks about cancer or what have you, I would like for you to think about the concept of what's called entrenched error. And are we really exercising all of our alternatives when we make critical decisions affecting everybody? Scurvy is the one that comes to mind in my thinking. You probably remember from your world history classes in grade school that a young British surgeon discovered that lack of adequate vitamin C was causing scurvy in the fleet, and it was another half a century and another million lives lost among British sailors before the Royal Academy accepted those findings and started storing citrus fruits on seagoing vessels. That's just an example of entrenched error, an expensive mistake. And I think, too, there's more and more talk about mass evictions once the, in Texas, once the moratorium expires, the federal moratorium. I hope that you will be mindful to keep track of what's going on there because it's going to be a touchy problem for a long time. There's a book out written by a Harvard sociologist, can't remember his name, but he and a sociologist at Rice did a study about evictions. They published a book, or the Harvard professor did, and said as I can get hold of that book, I'll read it, and I'll try to help administer those issues through the community foundation and what have you. Well, I think, too, this business about gay rights, I'm gay pride, I'm a little perplexed about what about it is, what is it about all of that that makes people proud? When I hear that topic discussed, I remember a friend in Austin who had spent his adolescence and his early adulthood in that lifestyle. And when I met him, he had 2 terminal diseases and other problems related to that, and he had terminated his involvement with it, but that was the price that he paid for his skewed thinking, is what I would call it, but he was not a bad person. Anyway, I'll talk more about that later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Mr. Presley, did you have a comment?
Yeah, Mayor, I'm very interested to know if we're going to have an item on a future agenda with respect to the questions about the film deal, and especially in light of the remarks that Mr. Risley just made, which are totally opposite of what I heard.
Yeah, Councilman, we are. So in August, we'll be coming back. Constance is our lead on that, so she's working with finance and Brett Otting, and as you heard, we're going to be working with the film industry. So it's not a matter of us just sitting upstairs and rewriting. We have to engage stakeholders.
No, I understand.
Stakeholders, and CVB is the lead agent for the city that has a 2-person office. They call it the Film Commission.
Okay.
So we need to make sure they understand the intent of the ordinance and help us in any rewrites. So we plan on coming back to council either the first or second meeting in August, depending on the progress made with the stakeholders.
Okay,
Yes,
very
sir.
good.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Really? Okay, great. Thank you. Councilman Hunter?
I just want to echo Councilman Pusley's point he made earlier. That's not what we heard. And we've been a part of that organization for a decade. And I've never really heard them complain about anything. And just letting y'all know, I'll be excited to hear about August, and thank you for working on it.
Yes, sir.
But I think there was a little bit of miscommunication, maybe not with Miles's department, but maybe somewhere else.
Well, not to throw anybody under the bus, but at CVB, there's been some leadership change. We know Brett Otting's new, and he's reassigned or replaced or brought in new people. And so the person that had been working on that film festival for the past, I think, 8 years is no longer with the CVB. And so a new person is in charge, and they had not a slight, but they had a different interpretation. And by the time we got engaged, it was late. The film festival had already begun. But me working with Councilman Molina, we tried to rectify the situation as best we could in the little bit of time that we had left at that point. Yes, sir. There's no city staff that's engaged in the filming commission. It's sourced out to CVB, so we're just with the leadership change there.
Miles looks like he could have a lead role, though.
We may put him to work on that, you know.
Okay.
Well, there is one word that probably needs to be changed to clarify things. So there is a bit of an ambiguity in the ordinance. We can fix it and make it better for everybody.
Right. Thank you. Barbie Baker?
Good morning. Barbie Baker, 6003 Lost Creek Drive. And I just wanted to come by this morning and express my gratitude for everything that has been going on in this community over the last several months, but this last month especially, between the 4th of July, the state of the city, both incredibly successful events. As someone who spends quite a bit of time in the community, attending anywhere between 30 and 50 events a month, from everything from chamber to nonprofits to political supporting, I wanted to share that I see 1 or 2 council members, city staff, city manager's office, at all of them. It speaks greatly about how engaged everyone is in our community. And I want to give a special shout out. With all of these different things, I have been able to interact with the city staff on several different levels. And I just want to say every single one of them has been kind, gracious, patient. And I just, as a citizen of this beautiful city, wanted to say thank you to all of y'all for all of your hard work. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. That means a lot to us. Yes. Tim Dowling.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. My name's Tim Dowling. I live at 8017 Via Franche, and I've been a lawyer here in Corpus Christi for 40 years, and recently I've come to learn a lot about redistricting. I've testified 6 times before the House or the Senate this year, and I wanted to share with you a couple thoughts. I think you're going to have to redistrict your single-member district lines because your population is going to be out of whack almost certainly with the one person, one vote principle. And the last federal district court to rule from the last round of litigation in the state told our legislature that you must have a fair and open process. And the city is a subdivision of the state of Texas, and I think you have a legal and moral obligation to do the same. So the question is, how are you going to do it? So I think there's 3 ways. One is an independent redistricting commission. Second would be a transparent process where you guys make the decision. And then third would be, I don't know how we did it in the past, but I know a lot of jurisdictions do with the backroom deal, which is definitely not the way to do it. So I had the city secretary pass out, I hope all of you received it, a 10-page memo that I have for you that outlines in a lot of detail a proposed process for an independent redistricting commission, which I think would be the best way to go, because that way the voters pick their representatives instead of what we too often have is the opposite. And in the big picture, we would have independent people equally balanced between Democrats and Republicans, a process fully open to the public, and no map could be approved without bipartisan support among the members of the Independent Redistricting Commission. But if you say, no, I don't want to go there, we don't have time for 2022, which may be the case, do it for 2024, and for 2022, adopt an independent, a transparent process. And beginning on page 7 of the memorandum, basically these are the kind of the highlight points. You'd have 3 public hearings about how to do this. You would have a consultant, a lawyer most likely, come up with a proposed map. And I observed the county's, one of the lawyers they've talked to, Jose Garza, I saw him on the county's website recently and read his memorandum. And he incidentally was involved with the litigation in the 80s that resulted in the current 9-member district divided 5-4 that we have. But whoever you choose, you might want to consult with the county about maybe sharing that expense. And then you would have another meeting where you'd have that map plus any map anybody else wants to consider proposed. And then you would vote on it. And the way I propose you have the vote, you would have to have at least 3 of the 5 single-member districts say yes, and you'd have to have at least 2 of the 4 at-large members say yes. So that's what I would encourage you to do if you don't want to go with an independent redistricting commission. But what you should not do, and I don't think you legally can do or morally do, is have a backroom deal. And I'm not going to pick on these 2 council members for any reason other than that they have to be contiguous. You 2 guys can't talk, and you can't funnel it through the lawyer to immunize it. So I hope you have a good day, and I hope we have a fair redistricting process. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dowling. And last is Carla Gardner.
Good morning. My name is Carla Gardner. I live at 4105 Meridian Place in District 4. I'm a mother, a daughter, a sister, and a wife. I'm a financial advisor at Edward Jones, and I lend my voice and time to such organizations as Texas Impact, League of Women Voters, Leadership Corpus Christi, the Mosaic Project, and the Coastal Bend Volunteer Connection. All this serious stuff, right? Mm-hmm. And for a few days in the month of July, I become a local filmmaker in the annual 7-day film festival with Corpus Christi's finest. I do so under the umbrella of our production company, Laughing Sisters Productions, because it's just an excuse for family and friends to pull off making a film with my iPhone in a few days' time and do so laughing all the way. We do so because we know that participation begets continuation, and continuation of the festival lends so much to our community, especially impact in the areas of entertainment and economic development. We loved CC70. The festival is greatly filled with very talented filmmakers like Mr. Becerra. My sister and I aren't in that category at all. My understanding, the city's film ordinance as it is currently written stipulates that the city manager makes all the decisions and is the ultimate authority on matters and can intercede and waive requirements as needed. This year's interpretation, however, created financial impediments to full participation, like small filmmakers like myself, related to filming on city properties. If there is a plan to revise the ordinance in any way, I implore you to include representation from your local filmmakers, both professional and novices. I highly encourage you to rely on their talents, creative spirits, and leadership. They are a great resource, and we would be able to foresee issues and circumstances likely to arise from implementation. I leave you with 2 quotes. The first, Edward de Bono, the originator of the term lateral thinking and the 6 thinking hats. Creativity involves breaking out of established patterns in order to look at things in a different way. And Kurt Vonnegut, to practice any art, no matter how well or badly, is a way to make your soul grow. And I submit that in this time, our state and country and world desperately needs our filmmakers and our creative souls to grow. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gardner. Okay, there being no further comment, the public comment period is closed, and we will move on to section G, which is a briefing by Captain Hans Govertson with the United States Coast Guard. Captain Govertson?
Madam Mayor, City Council, good afternoon. Thank you very much for welcoming me here and allowing me to provide a little bit of background into the operations and the Coast Guard's membership here into the local area of Corpus Christi in the state of Texas. I arrived here this summer, June 18th. I took over as Sector Air Station Commander, Sector Air Station Corpus Christi, and in charge thereof of about 680 active duty, reserve, and civilian members stationed in the sector, at the air station that's over at the International Airport, as well as 3 small boat stations, one here at Port Aransas, up at Port O'Connor, and then down at South Padre Island. 5 cutters, 4 of which are stationed here locally at the harbor facility. And then after that one, about 3 AIDS navigation teams and 2 marine safety detachments, one at Victoria, one at Brownsville. Locally here, we have about 400 or so active duty members that are supporting the Corpus Christi area. We, as a Coast Guard, are a very small organization. We're not as large as the DoD, and so we are not capable of doing everything that we need to do based solely on our lone capabilities. We have to rely on those who are around us, our partnerships with the local areas. So we wanted to say thank you to the Corpus Christi area in fulfilling some of our missions and obligations. Out of all of the 11 statutory missions that the Coast Guard is in charge of and being responsible for, there are 10 of them that are accomplished here. And last year, earlier this year, excuse me, during the winter storm, Uri, excuse me, thank you. We almost had the 11th as ice breaking. I'm going to brief through them really quickly and then kind of focus on those missions that are most important to us here. One is, of course, search and rescue, which is the thing that you think about when you see an orange helicopter or a small boat down in the water. AIDS navigation, law enforcement, defense readiness, marine safety, ports and waterways security, drug interdiction, living marine resources, marine environmental protection, and migrant interdiction. And then, of course, icebreaking that we almost did here. To focus in on a couple of them, I want to say thank you for the city, for all the work that you do in recognizing the risk that the beaches here in Corpus Christi and the surrounding AOR actually provide to the people who are here in the city, as well as those who come down from outside of your local AOR. So we had a recent search and rescue case where an individual and his father were succumbed to the surf, didn't quite understand the strength of the currents, and I had to do a next of kin notification, unfortunately, to his wife and their remaining children in order to get them to understand some of the challenges they're in. One of the things that they were concerned with is the fact that they didn't understand the flags and the riptides and the currents that were around them. And during that next of kin notification, I wanted to make sure that she understood that not only has the city presented that information on billboards as you come into the city, but also as soon as you go out onto the beaches. I do want to ask for some assistance potentially in the connection with some of the local lifesavers that are down there. Some of the lifeguards may or may not have been quite as attentive as they needed to be. I'm not looking to throw any stones on that one. It's just a matter of maybe recognizing some of the risks that are out there. So But we have a strong connection with you, with search and rescue therein. The second one is law enforcement. A majority of this council most likely believes that the law enforcement mission is strictly down in South Padre Island, Rio Grande Valley, down on the border. But unfortunately, both narcotic interdiction and illegal migrant interdiction comes all the way up through the Pins, up here to Corpus Christi. There is a number of avenues by which migrants come across, whether it be maritime or whether it be terrestrial, come across and then start to make their way up into the United States. One case that I heard about today, individual was trying to get from Honduras up to New York City. Figured he'd just come across from Brownsville and pick a flight from there. Probably wasn't going to work out so well, so he hadn't quite thought about that one. But I want to make sure that everybody here understands that it is the cartels down there who control the ebb and flow of migrants coming across our border, and they get to decide who comes and when they come. And it's not just a matter of the migrants. With them come drugs, and then along with that one comes the control of fisheries in our area, our AOR, excuse me, area of responsibility. So the launch of fishermen come up inside of our waters. They fish for red snapper. They take thousands, tens of thousands of pounds of red snapper on a regular basis, bring it back to Mexico, package it up, sell it back to us, and we pay millions of dollars for this. And the reason that we do this on a regular basis is because, and I'm just going to use generic names, Joe and Bob come across and they are directed, go fish the waters, make sure that you get the red snapper, because we have outfished our fisheries here in Mexican waters. They bring them back and then they sell them, but they're directed to do this, and there is no consequence to those fishermen. Some of the challenges that we are having is with regards to DOJ. Now, I know that that's a little bit above this body here, but there are connections that can be made in order to help press upon them the implications of their actions. So fishermen, as long as they don't feel that there is anything that they are doing wrong, will continue to go do it again. And I challenge everybody here to check out a recent article that NPR did with regards to Coast Guard's South Padre Island and the interdiction of the fishermen who come up to us. It was actually just released yesterday. Next one is defense readiness. We support the DoD in making sure that the convoys of material that come to and from Corpus Christi is safe. And so we help to make sure that they are okay. Marine environmental protection. The port of Corpus Christi is growing at incredible rates, and we're glad to be a part of that one. With that comes the connection with Chenier and the experiences and the expansion that they have here. Part of our job at the sector air stations is to make sure that they are doing it at a safe manner, and so that they are not cutting any corners and that they are not doing things that are outside of the safety lanes. Next one after that is living marine resources, and I'm sure that you guys saw during the winter storm Uri that the Coast Guard members connected with the Aquarium of Corpus Christi and was able to help protect those living marine resources, turtles specifically, who had been shocked by the local temperatures. Beyond that one, I want to bring up two items, and one is going to be the strength of the Coast Guard that you have with you here. I represent 670 Coast Guard active duty civilian and reservists who are here to serve the local Corpus Christi, but also their United States. They are in and amongst you, your neighbors, your family here for somewhere between 3 and 8 years or so, depends on how long they decide to stick around here. But they are representing the Coast Guard as well as this local area in schools and in Boy Scouts and in local sports and in everything that they possibly can. I can tell you right now, with the small amount of time, I've got about a month under my belt right now, the quality of young men and women who support this local community as well as the government is very strong. And then the last is teamwork. I want to say thank you for the mayor and the city council for doing everything they can to make us feel welcomed. I can tell you that after my 24 years of service up until this point, I have been to a number of communities, and I have never felt as welcomed as I have within the first month of here. So thank you very much for that. I open it up to any questions if there's anything that I could provide to you.
Wonderful. Councilman Pusley.
Is the Coast Guard charged with inspecting all the containers that come in on the container ships to our port?
That's a loaded question, sir. We are charged with inspecting the containers that come into our ports. You said all, and that's something that I can tell you that we don't necessarily get to. We don't have the bodies that are capable of doing it.
Yeah, I just see one of those ships, and I just think there's no way we can be inspecting all of those that are coming in.
You are correct, sir. And so what we do is we take snapshots of the vessels who are coming in and out of our ports, and we start to account for where they have been, who the crew members are, what cargo they're carrying, and we rank order them associated with the risks that they present to the local community.
Yeah.
And as that risk grows, we put them into a high interest vessel range, and we do an inspection on them, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, I just, and this is neither here nor there, but in my personal opinion, I think that presents one of the greatest challenges to this country's security and safety is what's coming in that we don't know what's in those boxes.
What we don't know, yes, sir. That is the greatest risk to us. Great.
Okay, great. I don't see any other lights on, but thank you so much, Captain. This is so informative, and our council needs to stay informed on the different sectors and the areas of command out on the base. So thank you so very much for taking the time.
You're very welcome. Take
Yes,
care.
sir.
God bless.
Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Zanoni, the floor is yours.
Okay, we're going to finish up the city manager's report. I have a couple of things, and before Ms. Baker leaves, Barbie Baker, her points were right on point with the first thing I'm going to talk about, which is just a recognition of the work that the city team has done in the past 30 days or so since our last city council meeting. And so it's always good to celebrate success and tell those folks out there that they're doing a great job when we do. And I think we have done that in the past 30 days since our last council meeting. That includes the 4th of July celebration highlighted or keynoted with the mayor's Big Bang event, the inclement rain event that we just had a couple of weeks ago, and then we're working on finalizing the city's proposed budget. Those are some of the things we've been working on since our last city council meeting. So just on the 4th of July recap, many departments made the mayor's Big Bang event and other events that happened across our community, to include even just picnicking on the beach, a success. That includes our police department, fire, public works, parks and recreation, solid waste, neighborhood services, and our water, wastewater utilities departments. Our partner agencies such as Visit Corpus Christi and the Downtown Management District also were successful in helping us have success in these events. They did a great job coordinating the holiday operations to ensure clean, safe, and enjoyable experiences, not only for our residents, but for the many tourists that came to visit our great city during that event. Some of the highlights include the fire department, and Chief Roach is here with us today. They provided 6 medics to the downtown area for the mayor's Big Bang fireworks event. Public Works provided effective traffic management downtown, but also with the beach-going folks, they've continued to adjust that signal at Aquarius to where they left the signal on this time. It wasn't a forced green, so it allowed folks to come out of the subdivision, and that's worked out pretty well. Richard Martinez, thank you for that. And then we heard about the lifeguards, but Parks and Recs did have 26 lifeguards stationed across our Gulf and Bay beaches during that big holiday event during the 4th of July. There were no incidences around that 4th of July, and our beaches were clean and remained litter-free, and there was a lot of garbage that was hauled off, right, with all the number of guests. We are beginning now to transition to talk about Labor Day, and that'll be here soon. And so our similar work meetings that we've had in place now for about a year, where all the city departments, our external partners like TxDOT, the Padre Island National Seashore, State Parks and Wildlife, and so on, we meet leading up to the event, make sure everybody's coordinated, and we'll do that again for the Labor Day weekend. Now, to transition to that heavy rain event, this also took place in the last 30 days. This happened right after the 4th of July. There was 6 or 8, and in some cases even more, inches of rain that fell. The rain temporarily impacted city operations like pothole repair and our private contractors in constructing our new roads out there. But prior to the heavy rain event, the mayor and city staff proactively engaged the National Weather Service. We were holding several briefings each day to prepare for the rains. We want to thank our public safety personnel, police and fire, Billy Delgado with the Emergency Operations Center, Public Works, and Utilities, who helped coordinate a team effort, right, to minimize the impact across our community. We know that with that much rain in that short amount of time, certain things could not be addressed to the liking that we otherwise would want. The Police Department, Public Works, and EOC coordinated to close streets when necessary to keep people safe. We monitored La Boya Creek and the Flower Bluff area and new subdivisions in the south side that are prone to flooding given the topography there. Workers utilized portable pumps to drain water off the roadways to keep them open as best we could. We want to thank Richard for proactively doing that and other services on Flower Bluff in particular. So immediately after the rain, we began getting back to our normal operations. Richard has pothole repair crews out there, somewhat on an overtime basis, trying to get as many of those fixed as we can. Construction on our roadways and other infrastructure is back in action, and we're managing that vegetation now that's growing, right, because of the heavy rains. And then the final thing we've been working on is budget preparation. This will be a pretty big event coming up for this city council and the community. It's a one time per year, but it's one of the biggest policy documents, I think, or policy issues that the city council addresses, and that is setting the fiscal year budget for the city for the next 12 months. Our fiscal year begins October 1. So over the past 5 weeks, a team has been meeting with every city department and also some of our external partners such as CVB, ASM Global, and the Nueces County Appraisal District. Next Tuesday at City Council, I'll present the city's proposed budget. It's a charter requirement that the city manager present a proposed balanced budget as a starting point for the City Council. So we'll do that next Tuesday. And then in the plan, the lineup includes 4 work sessions with the City Council to get more information, ask the departments, myself, questions about the budget. Those work sessions will be Thursdays from 9 till noon, starting on August 5th. So the 5th, 12th, 19th, and the 26th here in the council chambers. We'll have those work sessions on the budget. And then we'll be going out into the community. 2 years ago, we did that. We went out into all 5 city council districts. This last year, because of COVID, we still engaged the community, but it was via WebEx. So we'll be back in the community beginning Monday, August 9th. We'll be in City Council District 1, Councilman Lermer's district. That same week, we'll have 2 other workshops or community input sessions. Councilman Molina, District 2 on Wednesday. District 3, Councilman Barrera will be on Thursday. And then the following week, District 4, Councilman Smith, and District 5, Councilman Hernandez, those will be the final 2. So there'll be 3 in that first week and then 2 in the second week. The locations are already determined. We'll have plenty of advertisement out there for the community. But District 1 will be the Hopkins Library, the Lindale Recreation Center. For District 2, Councilman Barrera's will be at the Holly Road Water Utilities Facility. It's a bigger meeting room for that district. Councilman Smith's will be at Ethel Irely Senior Center, a place we've had it for the past couple of years. And then for Councilman Hernandez, it has a good turnout. We're going to go to Veterans High School as our other facilities are just too small. So after those work sessions with the council, the community input, the budget will culminate with City Council's adoption of the budget and the city property tax rate. That'll be Tuesday, September 7. And that is a special called meeting. That's the first Tuesday of the month. Normally, we don't have a council meeting, but in order to provide our tax rate to the tax assessor, in working with them last year and working with the city council, we moving up the adoption so that they'll have the information in time to send out the tax bills. And then just one other quick thing, and then we're going to have Alex Harris come up and talk about the regatta that's underway. I want to talk to you about the design standards for new infrastructure in our community, and it's timely because of those flood events that we saw. I was telling some citizens this, but the city's design standards for new drainage infrastructure, as an example in new subdivisions, is set to withstand a 5-year rain event. And that's a relatively minor rain event. A lot of cities use a 25 or 50, and in some cases, a 100-year rain event. We can also see it in some of our streets in the newer subdivisions that are deteriorating much faster than what they otherwise should. And so we're in the process of bringing to City Council some policy updates with respect to that, how the design standards should be set for new streets, for new sidewalks, new water, wastewater, and stormwater systems. We know that they have to be more robust, more sustainable, and more impactful. And so we're going to be bringing to council over the next several months changes to that design standards manual to have built by the developers, the private developers in our new subdivisions, better streets, better drainage systems, and better water, wastewater utility systems. So just stay tuned for that. So at this point, we know that the J22 World Championship Regatta is underway. And the mayor yesterday kicked off an event that was held at the Yacht Club. It's being sponsored by the Corpus Christi Yacht Club. Mayor Guajardo welcomed the numerous participants that are there. There'll be several events this week that are open to the public. And we want Alex Harris, who has been engaged. He's an avid sailor himself, and he can speak much better on sailing than I can. So he's going to talk a little bit about the J22, so the council can get involved if they want, as well as the community. Alex?
Thank you. Yes, Alex Harris, 2138 Highway 286 in Corpus Christi. Also have my beautiful daughter with me, Jordan Anderson, who's the past chair of the EDC. And in order to put these events on, you have to have sponsors. So the signature sponsor for the J22 International Worlds is Aruba Bay Resort and Stewart Title, and you can't do that without major sponsors. We have other sponsors as well, Gulf Coast Community Credit Union, Navy Army Credit Union, First Community Bank, the Rochelle Foundation, Corpus Christi Medical, and the mayor.
No, CC Medical.
And CC Medical, they were one of our major ones. So yes, and the mayor came yesterday. This is an important regatta, because if you look at where the regattas are coming up, in 2022 they're going to be in South Africa. In 2023 it's going to be in Germany. So, I mean, we worked very hard 3 to 4 years ago in lobbying and negotiating for this. Little did we know we would have COVID. We only have 42 boats that were able to make it because of COVID. A lot of the boats that were due here internationally couldn't get the proper documentation to get in and get out. However, we did have boats come in not only from New York, but also from Idaho. So we've got them coming across the entire United States, bringing their boat on a trailer and moving those around. It's interesting because when you come down, if you come down between 10 and 11 in the morning, you're going to see the sailors milling around their boats, getting ready to go out into the bay. Depending on the wind level, like today, our wind was light, so we postponed it 2 hours. So we have the ability to push it back later in the afternoon. But if the citizens will come down around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you're going to see all the sailors coming in and the boats coming in. They kind of race a little bit further off in the bay. These are some pictures on the monitor of some of the boats that are out there that are racing. 606 pounds, that's the total weight for your crew. So if you got small, skinny people, you can have 4. If you don't, you only have 3. And so you'll see most of the boats have 3, not 4. But it's an advantage if you can find a bunch of skinny sailors to have 4 on the boat. The other thing that I'd like to mention with it is you all know Corpus Christi is a regatta town. I mean, we started with the Youth Worlds, and then we had the Etchell Worlds. Now we have the J22 Worlds. Next July, we have the J24 Worlds. And we're constantly being... send a request asking us to host these regattas. It takes big sponsors to do it. It takes our city council and our mayor and our city manager to help us with coordinating city activities down there. And y'all have been great doing that. Wednesday is going to be a big deal because we have these RC boats, and I think the mayor is going to come down for it, and they're actually going to race them right out in front of the market at the Art Center. So you're going to have probably 9 different world-class sailors going to be actually competing in an RC boat instead of a 22-foot boat. It's going to be exciting. We're going to bring up one of our smaller boats on the trailer. We're going to actually encourage some of the citizens that come down. Would you like to learn to sail? We have sailing programs. We'd like to sign you up. We'd like to get you down on the water and teach you how to do that. I saw on the city manager's post the other day about the Hobie Nationals. The U.S. It's the multi-hull championship, and it's going to be held this November 1st through the 5th. It's going to be like the Youth Whirls. It's going to be on the beach. They're going to pull up for the beach down by the old Holiday Inn down by the beach. It's another world-class regatta that people look at Corpus Christi. We're really proud as sailors. We're really proud of our city. People come here and they rave about our sailing, they rave about our wind, and they rave about our citizens. So thank you for helping us in all that you do.
Good. That was great, Alex. Thank you. Let me see if the mayor has any comments or questions.
I do,
Yeah.
because this is so exciting, and I have to give, so I want everyone to know, this is something that's been going on, but we didn't really know about it. And so this came to my attention July 4th, and I thought, well, wait a minute, we should be embracing this and really showcasing it. There's an economic impact to this entire event. There were six people, I don't remember how many people were there at the kickoff yesterday, but there were 6 people, all from the East Coast, I think the Bahamas. I mean, it's just amazing.
Yes.
This really attracts people from all over the world.
Yes.
The other special thing about this, so what's J22 mean? It's a Johnson 22 foot, right?
The what, I'm sorry?
22 foot. It's
Yes.
a Johnson 22 foot. They don't
Yes.
make them anymore. So everyone who owns these, and they're roughly $15,000 sailboats, they're going to be a little historic or antique boat, if you will. So it's super exciting. I also want to say that the remote control is not what you're thinking. It's not. I was thinking it was this little boat. It is big. Yeah. I want to say Mr. Weeks yesterday said it took him 2,500 hours.
Yeah.
2,500 hours to make, and he had I forget the other gentleman, Foster, I think it was. No, I can't remember his name. But either way, 2 gentlemen that actually put these things together. Took 2,500 hours, and they're huge. I mean, they're remote control, but there are only 2 of them that exist, and we raffled off both yesterday, and they're just really big. They're like an adult size remote control toy. So I would encourage, and I want to emphasize that we're not very familiar with all of this going on, but along with Alex and Brad and some other people, said, no, this is something we must embrace as a city. So all of this was just very last minute. The J24 is coming, the Johnson 24-foot boats, and some things in between. I think it's a great opportunity for our council to be there together and for us to really support all these people that are going to come here. I can't recall the number, 70-something sailors maybe?
Well, there's 42 boats, and if you multiply that times 4, you got about 80
Right.
sailors on the
Right.
water, plus their extra crew that they bring and their families that they
Right.
bring. So it's a couple of hundred people that are
yeah.
down there.
Yes, it's wonderful.
All day.
And we have to say, Peter, that downtown management and Visit Corpus Christi were also a very good part of just trying to pull anything possible. It was a grassroots effort because it was very last minute for any other involvement. But Alex, I want you to know that, and I'm sure the councilman would be very, very glad to take part in supporting this moving forward and the things that'll come in between now and the J24s.
Yes, thank you. Well, other thing that happened that's very quiet, I guess, the RC boats, the remote controls. Last year, we had the Nationals here. They love it because of our seawall and the ability to sail those inside the rocks, race them all the way down to the opening and all the way back. We have the Nationals coming back again, and not very often do they repeat the same city over and over. But they had such an incredible sailing experience, they're bringing it back. So
Great.
thank you again.
Thank you, Alex.
Alex, before you leave, so each day, that footage was beautiful that we saw while you were speaking of the boats. And each day you're posting new footage, is that correct?
Yes, this is new stuff.
Okay.
So
and how where do you go to see the footage each day after the race? What's the web address?
Down at the yacht club.
No, the web. If you're on your phone, what's the web address? How do
Yes.
you-
Okay, it's
yeah.
also on Facebook. So I
Facebook,
think
okay.
on your Facebook page, you can get to it by clicking to it. The Corpus Christi Yacht Club, you can click on it, and they'll be posting all of those videos that are ongoing, as well as if you come down to the bayfront. You know, if you're a citizen, come down to the bayfront. Come down to the middle T-head. You know, we don't use that space near enough. Park there and enjoy the boats sailing because they'll be coming in and they'll be going back out. They're going to be practicing even before the race. They're going to go practice. The races are pretty far out in the bay because we send them on 2 to 3 mile courses. And into the wind, you've got to tack back and forth to get there. It's not a straight shot. So, yes, and we had both Channel 6 and Channel 3, and they posted videos, so we'll continue to put that out there for
Okay,
people.
great. Yes, sir. Thanks,
Thanks,
Alex.
Peter.
Thanks for being here
Thank you,
today.
Alex.
Mayor, just one final thing on the city manager report, and that's going to be an update on our seawater desalinization by our Chief Operating Officer of Water Utilities, Mike Murphy. As he's walking up, just to remind you, tomorrow we have a work session with the council
Right.
at 1:30 on our project, on this policy issue. So Mike's going to talk a little bit about that today and give you an update on what we've been doing in the past 30 days or so.
Okay. Yeah,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you, Peter. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So this has been quietly a very busy week for us, but it's a huge step forward on the desalinization effort. We handed out today 3 packets for you, three items. I don't expect anybody to look over those and read those by tomorrow. We're going to go over those in detail. It was my hope to have gotten those to you sooner, but we were working with our consultants, which was Friesen Nichols and Plummer Associates, to get the final draft. And so, or not draft, but the final product. So what you have before you is what we're sending to TCEQ. And the reason I say it's a big step, because this is the next step in getting the permits approved for the Inner Harbor and the La Quinta sites. We've got 4 permits pending at TCEQ, and this is the next step. And so now that we've got this completed, you've got a copy of it, and after the council meeting today, we'll be sending that to TCEQ for them to evaluate. So tomorrow, we'll be talking about several things, a lot of which were brought up at the council retreat, and so we'll be going over those in great detail tomorrow, and we'll be answering your questions. And I think we've got a really good presentation put together for everyone, and then we'll take questions, and we'll go from there. Obviously, we're here. We're not going anywhere. So all the questions that you have tomorrow, hopefully we will address many of those, but we are looking for guidance from council as far as next step for city staff. So any questions, I'm glad to answer. All right, see you tomorrow. Okay, great.
Yeah, there'll be, you'll keep an eye on the emails. It probably has already been sent, but there's a memo coming out that transmits these documents electronically as well. And it has kind of the bullet point format for the meeting tomorrow. So there were a number of outstanding questions from our last retreat that was sent to the mayor. We got those, and we'll be answering those as part of the presentation tomorrow. We're also going to show you a side-by-side comparison of the 2 sites that prior city council selected for permitting, that being the Inner Harbor and then the La Quinta. We'll show you the kind of the attributes of both sites, and see if we can get some initial policy direction on which site we should pursue first, assuming we get the permits for both. And then also the staff will go over these reports that were published as part of the permitting process, right? So that's the lineup for tomorrow. We'll be in the city council chambers, and the meeting is open to the public. We know some of our stakeholders are planning on being here, to include
PIC will be here, members of PIC, Port Authority will be here. And then obviously I'm sure there will be several consultants that will show interest tomorrow. But this is a big project, so there'll be a lot of interest in it.
Great. We do have, I think, Mr. Hunter, you have a okay. No, we don't have any comments. Oh, Mr.
Okay.
Presley, do you have
Thank
a
you.
comment on detail? Okay, we're good. Thank you. So, Mr. Hunter, you go ahead, and then Mr. Presley.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to you and your team this weekend. I did spend a lot of time on the island, and it was shoulder to shoulder walking traffic along the beach, but on the roads, there weren't very many lines. So whatever y'all did, and I heard what you said about Mr. Martinez earlier, so thank you very much. Y'all did do a great job in smoothing out the traffic situation. Saturday, Greg, so I don't know if Friday was as good. I got there a little late.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman. I think it's a matter of not giving up and trying different things to get that optimal level, and that's what Rich has done and his team over these past couple of months. So, yes, sir, thank you for that recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Presley.
Yes, Peter, are the meetings that you talked about that you're going to have in the respective districts, that's separate from what the mayor sent us invites on?
Yes.
Okay. are you going to be having someone send calendar invites for those as well?
Yes, we can do that. I think we just finalized the location for some of these sites, and so we'll
Okay.
be sending those out to the council. Make sure you have them on your calendar.
Right.
The representative for that district is the sponsor, but the at-large, the mayor, council members are welcome to come as well. In fact, the first year we did this, I think we had just about the entire council at every meeting, which the community loved. They enjoyed.
No, I
this.
think it's important
Yeah.
for us to be there.
Yeah.
even
So we'll
at
send those
large
to you in
members.
your calendar. We'll
And that
make
is
sure you have
budget.
those in your calendar.
Just budget.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you very much. That's all I had.
Okay. We can move on then. Okay. Let's see here. So we're going to go on to, we have no board and committee appointments. So we will move on to section K, which is our consent agenda. So does anyone have any items to pull from items numbers 2 through 22? Mr. Hernandez? Oh,
Well, I was gonna
Okay.
say
Say
14.
14.
And 22, because I think it's,
14, 22, and then Mr. Pusley? 20, okay.
I
Anyone else
believe
have-
22 is associated with 23, so that's why I wanted to pull it.
22
Okay.
and 20, so 14, 22, and 20, and 23?
No, 23 is an individual consideration.
Oh, okay.
14, 20, 22.
Okay, got it.
Okay, anyone else have?
Public hearings.
And also item 2, Mayor.
Right.
Right.
Is that, do we have to pull that, or?
Yes, ma'am, it's on the consent
Oh, it
agenda.
is, item 2. I'm sorry, I'm pulling item 2. Okay. Okay, so with that, let me start with item 2. So what I'd like to do.
Oh, could we approve the consent agenda and then
Oh,
do
you
the
want to
indi-
approve that first?
Yes, please, with the exception of those
Okay.
items.
Not a problem. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exceptions of items number 2, 14, 20, 22,
And that's it.
and that's it. Yep.
So moved. Second.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no. The motion passes. So item number 2 is really just taking us back. What I'd like to do in this moment is to make a motion to clarify the motion that followed item number 28 of the June 29th City Council meeting. And that would be increasing the base salary of the city manager by 5% to authorize it to be effective on the second anniversary date of his contract, city manager's contract, which is May 20th of 2021. Opposed to what was done, which was effective that date of the 29th of June. So we're taking it back to his original, or his anniversary date of May 20th. Because that's, I think, what the intent was. But I'd like to make that motion. Okay, any discussion?
Should we vote on that particular item? Okay.
We voted on it as of the 28th.
As the, but so we're
29th.
looking at the minutes, you're bringing it up under item 2, but what you're asking to do is just bring up this, revote this motion, or under this
To
language.
make it effective,
Yeah.
right, May 20th.
Well, they're clarifying that, Mr. Risley, they're clarifying the motion that was already made. It's not a new motion, right?
Yeah. it's
Right, we're
purely-
amending.
It's a
Clarifying.
request to make a clarification, just to
Right.
insert an effective date.
Right.
Okay, so we're not voting on that, we're just amending the.
The minutes.
The minutes.
Yes,
really.
sir.
Minutes.
We're
That's-
clarifying.
we're clarifying. Okay.
Yeah,
yes.
we're amending the minutes.
So
yes, sir.
motion and second. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 14. This is a motion authorizing the execution of change order number 1 with,
Started here, and then Councilman Hernandez may have some.
well, Mr. Presley, if you'll hold one second, I'd like to, for the public to know what it is we're going to be discussing. Motion authorizing the execution of change order number 1 with Western Specialty Contractors, Selma, Texas, for the seawall capital repairs to pressure wash the seawall from McGee Beach to the barge dock, and amenities such as 8 miradors, the Selena Memorial sidewalk, and benches in the amount of $162,500. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, I just want to know, I'm a little confused about why we're adding this change order to pressure wash and clean additional things that it was my understanding was in the original contract. I mean, we even talked about some of these. We talked about the Miradors and we talked about the stairways, and it just seems to me like we're coming back and recovering new ground on what we had already approved, Jeff. So I'm not sure I understand.
Jeff Edmonds, Director of Engineering Services, and I've also got on the WebEx, I've got my Assistant Director over the Construction Management Division.
Mr. Edmonds, I'm sorry. Can you speak a little bit more into the
Oh,
microphone?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Jeff Edmonds, Director of Engineering Services, and I've also got my Assistant Director over the Construction Management Division, Brett Van Hazel, on the WebEx, and he can help with more of a detailed response to this. But in essence, the reason we're doing this is that the level of cleaning that we wanted to have was not included in the original scope of work. So that's why we requested the change order from the contractor for this, and this is not duplicating anything that he was originally under contract for.
Okay, well, it's not a huge amount of money. That's not what I'm concerned about. It just, I thought we had that covered originally, and I'm just questioning that, so.
I think that was probably, it probably should have been in the original scope and was not included in his performance requirements. So this was the way to get that done. We wanted to leave the project spick and span after this was done, and so.
All right, I didn't do the math yet. Does this still keep us below the 25%
Yes, sir.
bid? Okay. All right,
Yeah,
thank you.
if I can add, Councilman, so there was some level of cleaning anticipated, and you're right, we talked about this at length, but it wasn't enough. We added to it, and at that point, it was too much to where we had to come to council with a
Okay.
change order. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Great. I will entertain a motion to approve item number. Oh, did you? I'm so sorry. Your light's not on.
Sorry, I turned it off for the, because I was
It's
asked to pull
okay.
it as well. Well, I was going to ask the same question. It seems a little odd that we did not include all these items with the seawall. Just out of curiosity, to expound on what Councilman Pusley mentioned, why wasn't this on the original scope?
I don't have an answer to the why question. I can just say it wasn't included in the original scope. The good news is that the bids came in well below the budget, so there's adequate money in the project to be able to pay for this, and it's something that we probably should have included.
Yeah, Councilman, part of it is after the contract was negotiated or contemplated to be brought to council, we got more information from Downtown Management District, the mayor, myself. So we said, you know what, we have to do not just the top step, but all the steps, the Miradors. So we added scope after a point in time, and we said this is
actually the Downtown Management District has been asking for this for 2 years.
Right. That's
So
why
it's
we
not like
added
it
it.
was.
That's why
That's
this
like
is
it was.
such a good
Well,
news item.
that's not. It wasn't like it was new information. I mean, the fact that we left it off, even though Downtown Management District has been asking for it for 2 years, seems a little odd.
If I may interject, Downtown Management District was asking for the sidewalk and the step to be cleaned. And in conversations, when we were having them, it was said, we need to take care of all of it, as you would
Right.
know, because you love maintaining and making sure that we maintain. So this is maintaining. And as Mr. Edmonds said, this is also under, and it's keeping us at a very good value for what we're getting. And we need to just take care of it and do all of it.
Right. And I believe the Downtown Management District was asking for this on a continual basis.
They were. They have been.
They were actually, I believe it was, they were asking for Type B or Type A, actually Type A funding as being part of the seawall. So, I mean, this is nice that we're doing this once, but what are we going to do? Continue? I mean, is this, this has got to be a continual thing. The sidewalks get dirty.
Yeah, we met yesterday with the Type A and B boards, and we'll add this they want us to come back to talk about future projects, so we'll add this to the Type A for a future project for more maintenance.
Well, at some point, Type A is going away. So we'll have to look for a long-term solution just beyond type A.
Yeah, we agree.
And Peter, I'll also say that Ms. Barrera Mason is also looking into the maintenance of which parts she would be able to handle. So it's a partnership.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Sir. Absolutely. Okay, so I will go ahead and entertain that motion to approve item number 14, sorry.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 22 is, let's see, a resolution. Mr. Hernandez, you pulled
Mayor, I
this?
thought we were pulling 20 first.
My goodness, I don't have my glasses today, I'm sorry. Item number 20 is a resolution authorizing the City of Corpus Christi withdrawal from the Regional Health Awareness Board and transferring $56,436.72 in funds held as fiduciary agent to the board. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Mr. Pesley.
Okay, well, I brought this up to Peter this morning. The Regional Health Awareness Board, and Annette, I know you remember from the county commissioner days, was started as a joint venture between the city of Corpus Christi, San Pat County, and Nueces County. And Nueces County came in late because originally they didn't want to do it. And when I came to Judge Neal about supporting it, he said, well, you can support it out of your budget. So that's what I did for several years. It came out of Precinct 1 funds to support that. But Annette, I think you'll agree, over the years, the input from that organization really fell off, and I had withdrawn funding for it before I left the Commissioner's Court. And unless they've started up refunding it, which I don't think they have, I just wanted to make sure the city wasn't going to put any additional dollars into this program on a go-forward basis, because unless you disagree on that, I don't think it serves any purpose.
No, I agree with you completely. And in fact, the city and the county have not contributed according to the research that we did since 2013, 2014. And so there may have been additional dollars that you put in as well. Yeah. But really the 31,000, because it was 31,000 from the city of Corpus Christi, 31,000 from Nueces, and then 21,000 from San Pat. Right. The only entity that's continued to contribute has been San Patricio County. So otherwise, we weren't even asking for the funds, to be honest with you, because we had ample funds in there to continue to do what little they were doing. Sure. The original intent was for environmental intermediary, a board that could take care of some of these issues before they actually got to TCEQ or the other regulatory agencies such as EPA, but it became more of a communication platform.
Yeah. Yeah, it had a board, and we were even having problems finding people to serve on the board. So, the sooner we can get out of this deal, the better. And I just didn't want to see us put any more city funds into it.
No, there's none.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I had, and I'll make a motion. We approve.
Thank you, Annette. Mm-hmm. Yes. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 22 is a resolution amending City Council Policy Number 9, Community Development Block Grant and Home Programs, to delete subsection 9E, which prohibits outside agencies from applying for CDBG funding from the city more than once every 3 years, and to amend subsections 9F and 9G to change the name of Housing and Community Development Department to the Neighborhood Services Department, and providing an effective date.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. Tracy Cantu, Interim Director of Neighborhood Services. So we're bringing this request to amend Policy Number 9 ahead of our presentation for the Consolidated Action Plan. This policy impacts that presentation and impacts your decisions on that. And it outlines the adopted guidelines for the administration of the CDBG and home programs, which includes a prohibition of outside agencies receiving CDBG funds more often than once every 3 years. So this provision limits the city's ability to respond to the changes in the community. And so this year, this impacts the city's ability to grant funds to the Coastal Bend Food Bank and Rising Tide ministries with funds from the 2021-2022 annual action plan. Both of these agencies received funding this year from the CDBG COVID-19, and so this policy does not allow for an exception. So we are asking for the deletion of that section to allow, again, for the changes in the community and to be able to, if approved, present those agencies with funding and not exclude them because of the policy. And then also the change of the department name to Neighborhood Services.
Okay. Mr. Hernandez?
Are those the only two organizations that are affected by this?
Yes, sir. Those are the only two that are impacted this year. Yes.
Okay, I mean, I get the understanding of why we had this in place, so not the same organizations get funding every time, and that it is, given to multiple organizations, not the same one. Why not just create an option to, waiver of that particular item so it can come to a council for the waiver as opposed to just blanket removing it?
That's certainly an option, but we also wanted to be able to consider all of our applicants, and so moving forward, that gives us the ability to again look at what the current needs are in the community and be able to adjust and consider all of those applicants moving forward.
I understand.
Yeah.
The original intent was not to give to the same organizations over and over again, right? So the other organizations can have access to the funding that may not have the relationships with, staff members at the city or city council members. So it would prevent the same organizations from getting the grants over and over again. So if that is still the intent, is it our intent to not look at other organizations or just do the main ones that we are seeing over and over again?
No, our intent is to evaluate, to look at any applications that we receive and evaluate those, and then make a recommendation on any applications we receive. In this particular year, these were we received fewer applications, and that's the reason that the impact is on these two agencies this year. So.
And how do we advertise?
We have various advertisements. I'll have Jennifer explain that. She was involved from the beginning of this process. But if you want to go ahead.
So every year, there are two public hearings held. This year, there were public hearings and public meetings held in February. I can get those dates. I want to say the 11th and the 15th. So we invite, it goes out into a public notice into the Caller Times. It gets posted on our website. Those organizations that we work with frequently are notified. I believe it went out on our website as well this year. And at those public meetings, we both listen to what people think the eligible criteria or the programs that we should look at should be, in addition to answering questions about the process. From there, there's a standard RFP form. We should probably call it an application proposal versus an RFP. And they apply through that process. And then once they get to the department, there's a rating and ranking form. However, there is never, or at least there wasn't this year, and I don't believe there has been in recent past, so many applications that it has been where we have had to knock organizations out. It has come down to where the priorities are and maybe how much money each organization gets to, but it's not such a competitive process that one organization gets money and another one doesn't.
So you're telling me there's nobody that since you had this policy in place, you couldn't give it to the same organization every year. So how does that affect going forward?
They just haven't applied because of the policy.
Right. So if they're going to be available for every year, then you're going to have more applicants every year. Is that the intent?
That is not the intent. That is a possibility, and that's fine because we can evaluate applications. But the intent is to for the city to be as nimble as possible when responding to community needs. For example, the money that the Coastal Bend Food Bank got was $72,000 of COVID money to purchase a new inventory system, though theirs was barely even part of this century. Rising Tide Ministries got $200,000 of CDBG COVID money for employment training, job search training, help with resumes, for people who were homeless or at risk of homelessness who needed income. So that was a special need, yes. However, now we want to provide those provide different services with those same organizations, which ones builds their capacity. For example, Rising Tides, which you'll see in the presentation, Rising Tide Ministries program is a stay-at-home program which helps elderly and disabled people stay in their home over a long period of time. They are a sub-grantee of our, that we're using, considering it part of the minor repair program. That's a program that builds capacity out in the community and that we as city staff are not running, where that nonprofit in the community, closer to the community with the people that they serve, can provide that. So I don't know that we have so many nonprofits that everybody's going to be coming in every year. Also, the policy still prohibits CDBG funds being used for operating funds. So we're not going to get the same organization in saying, you know, pay my salaries, pay my salaries. CDBG has some rules there, and the policy does prohibit that. So this will be on a project-by-project basis. They have to bring something new to the table every year.
Okay, I guess from this perspective, I don't think I've ever seen, and maybe you posted on the website, on your website, as to who gets the grants and what it's used for. But that's not something that comes to us. We approve the block grant and then everything that you guys do with it, right? All in one shot.
You approve every year who gets the grants.
Right. So without having this in place, I'm just concerned that it's the same organizations are going to get it every year. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't think we have any other questions. Yeah. And I will entertain a motion to approve item number 22.
Motion to approve.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
Motion passes. We are going to go ahead and go into item number 23, public hearings under section M. Ordinance adopting the fiscal year 2021-2022 Consolidated Annual Action Plan, or CAAP.
Again, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Tracy Cantu, Interim Director of Neighborhood Services. I'm going to give you the presentation, but as you see, I do have staff here, so if you have any specific questions, we've got them available to answer as our subject matter experts on this. So we bring before you the ordinance adopting the fiscal 2021-22 Consolidated Action Plan for the Community Development Block Grant, the Emergency Solutions Grant, and the Home Investment Partnerships for a total of $4,182,070 of annual funding from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. Also authorizing the execution of all necessary documents to submit with the Consolidated Action Plan, authorizing staff complement of 13 positions. This is also accepting and appropriating funding for the approved Consolidated Action Plan projects and authorizing the execution of funding agreements, amendments, and other documents for the plan. Okay. So, for the 2021-22 Consolidated Action Plan, this is the fourth year of the five-year Consolidated Action Plan that covers from October 2018 through September 2023. The five-year plan is required to receive HUD entitlement funds for community development, housing, and homelessness. Next slide. The five-year consolidated plan goals provide for decent, affordable housing, creating suitable living environments, creating economic opportunities. All activities through the five-year period must support one of the consolidated plan outcomes, such as affordable housing, decent affordable housing, suitable living environment, increased home ownership, and ending homelessness. Next slide. So a public hearing and ordinance are necessary to meet the HUD requirements for approving the Consolidated Action Plan and to close the comment period for citizens to provide comments on the proposed project funding for the 2021-22 Consolidated Action Plan. So you can see before you the timeline, which today closes out the public comment period of 30 days as required. The first reading and public hearing is also today, July 20th, 2021. The second reading will be next week on the 27th. And then our submission to HUD for the projects will be by August 13th of 2021. Next slide. The City of Corpus Christi has received official notification from HUD for the 2021 funding and allocation for the following programs. $2,784,119 for the Community Development Block Grant, $235,265 for the Emergency Solutions Grant, $1,162,686 for the Home Investment Partnership, for a total of $4,182,070. For FY21-22, CDBG has received $133,557 more than what they received last year. The ESG received $7,198 more than last year, and Home received $107,038 more than last year. Additional funding in the amount of $112,000 was recaptured from previously funded projects that have been unspent and have been made available to be reprogrammed, as well as $200,000 of generated program income from the rehabilitation loan program has been made available to augment funding levels for the upcoming 2021 CDBG program allocations for a total funding level of $3,096,119. I'm sorry, I stumbled over that one. So the ESG program has $235,265 for this year. The intent of the ESG program is to provide funding to providers of homeless services to support the efforts of emergency shelter, homeless prevention, and rapid housing activities. The home program will have an allocation amount of $1,162,686 from entitlement funds, with an additional $375,000 generated from the rehabilitation loan program, for a preliminary estimate funding amount of $1,537,686 for the 2021-22 budget year. Next slide. So for CDBG, HUD awards the grants to entitlement community guarantees to carry out a wide range of community development activities directed toward revitalizing neighborhoods, economic development, and providing improved community facilities. So we have 9 projects that are being presented. Number 1 and 2 deal with the program administration and program delivery. And you can see here in the chart that we have what the previous year's allocations were, what the proposed, and then what we made an adjustment to after some comments from City Council and also from other individuals. So what you see in number 1 and 2 is a reduction of administrative overhead costs from 18% to 11%. That equates to reduction of staff members from 18 to 13 for managing and monitoring programs. Under number 3, we have increased minor home repair grant, which is our most popular event, or a popular program, and this serves residents that are at least 62 years of age or disabled, and they receive assistance with repairs such as roof, plumbing, electrical, heating, and other minor structural repairs, for example. Our first external applicant was Rising Tide. They're a subrecipient. They also have a minor home repair program that's called Safe at Home, which again assists our older and disabled residents. Number 5, we have Parks and Recreation. As you recall, last year CDBG funding was used to replace the gym floor. So this year's ask was to protect that investment by replacing the roof. We're also asking for locker room renovations to upgrade those facilities, which will support and encourage the increased use that we're seeing at the gymnasium. Number 6, which is code enforcement demolition. Last year's $150,000 for demolition included the demolition of the Booker T. Washington School. This year we're looking for an increase of $148,000 or to $148,000. As residential demolition of a substandard structure averages about $3,500. So this would equate to 42 structures that can be demolished using these funds. And this program is used citywide using the slide on blight ruling. So we're able to do that, use this program citywide. Number 7 is also code enforcement, clearance of vacant lots. Again, we're looking at an increase to $115,800, so almost $116,000 there. Number 8 is code enforcement staffing, which will add 2 code officers and 1 administrative staff for processing citations and notifications. This will bring their complement to 11 total FTEs that are through the CDBG funding, so 9 officers and 2 administrative staff. Our Coastal Bend Food Bank has requested $200,000 in capital improvements to assist with their construction of their new facility. Now I'm going to go ahead and cover the ESG, and we'll get to home. And then if do you all have any questions about CDBG before we move on?
Yes, I do. So what is our total for demolition. What is the total outside of these funds? They have other funding, correct? This is just through CDBG or no?
No, right now, CDBG is the only funding for demolition. That's why I mentioned that this funds citywide demolition program. So all demolitions through code enforcement are utilizing the CDBG funding.
So it looks like it's a total of, it's a 148 plus the 115, right?
Or is it
The 148 is the total ask this
Okay.
year, yes.
And then Mayor and Council, so in the proposed budget next week that I'm going to propose, we're recommending $250,000 additional dollars with general
Okay,
fund.
for demolition.
For demolition, and most notably for the policy issue that we're going to be bringing forward to you in second week, I think, in August, which is that a building, whether it's a home or some type of commercial building like we're seeing on North Beach when you come off that exit ramp,
Right.
that has been destroyed by a sudden act like a fire, a tornado, hurricane, we're going to be recommending policy that gets torn down by the owner within 4 days, using some best practice examples across the state of Texas. And if not, then the city will come in and demolish it and will place a lien on the property. So that $250,000 will be recommended in the budget to address those issues. We've seen it across this community. I have for the past 2 years, and we're saying enough's enough. The North
Right.
Beach was a good example of saying we're done with that type of practice. So that'll be additional dollars, Mayor, that will be brought forward.
Right, okay,
Yes.
can we put that back up on the screen? And that was my concern, is I don't see that this is enough to take care of really what the city, really truly needs. Okay, so, and then the food bank, okay, code enforcement, is this our total budget, or is there something else coming?
Yeah, so we're recommending 2 additional officers in this budget and 1 administrative staff. I'm going to be recommending next week 3 additional in the general fund.
Okay.
So it'll be a total of 5 that we're recommending between the CDBG and the city budget next week with general fund funding. So 3 with the general fund, 2 with CDBG monies. That'll
Okay.
bring our code enforcement officers to how many, Neiman?
To 28.
To 28. We'll have a total of, so we have 23 code officers today that go in the field with the 5 new that are recommended in this budget today, and in mine next Tuesday, there'll be 28.
And are we retaining? Because I know there was
Yeah.
an issue of,
Yes, I believe so. I think we may be looking at salary surveys as well. And that
are we
route.
doing that, or did we do that?
Excuse me?
We're in the process, or did we already do that?
I think we're in the process of doing that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, great.
Mayor, real quick, I need to abstain on this.
Oh, on this item?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Pusley, or Hernandez, did you have a question now, or not quite? Okay. Councilman Pusley?
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. Peter and Tracy, Councilman Lerman and I spent a couple hours with Tracy and Liza here a couple of days ago, going through some of the areas out in Annaville and Cal Island, and it's encouraging that we're adding additional code enforcement officers. But Tracy, as we discussed, there seems to be a huge bottleneck in our prosecutorial abilities. Because they made us aware that some of the areas that we had a great concern about have been issued citations a long time ago, and in some instances it's taking up to 6 months to get those things, through our system, because we don't, apparently our person who was our prosecutor left, and we've got a part-time prosecutor now, and so where are we at on that? I mean, it doesn't do us any good to have 40 or 50 code enforcement officers if we can't get these things prosecuted and through our environmental justice department.
Councilman, let's have Miles talk about that. That's one of his areas of oversight, is the prosecution part of it.
Okay.
Let me look into that and get back with you on that and let you know what the truth is behind that, whether or not there is a bottleneck or not.
Okay. Well, we need to know that, because if it's taking 6 months or more to run these through our own municipal court, then we got a problem.
Yeah.
So,
Good point, Councilman.
Put Miles on that, Councilman.
okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. I think we're ready to move on.
All right, so our next section will cover the emergency solutions grants. And those requirements, The components include providing homeless persons with basic shelter, essential supportive services. It can assist with operational cost of a shelter facility and for administration of the grant. ESG also provides short-term homeless prevention assistance to persons at immediate or imminent risk of losing their housing due to eviction, foreclosure, or utility shutoffs. So we want to cover emergency sheltering, rapid rehousing, such as security deposits or rent, and homeless prevention, and that can be done through rental assistance and other programs. So under our ESG entitlement, we have $235,265 that's available. We have some administrative costs over that for just a little over $17,000. Corpus Christi Hope House has requested $95,216. Salvation Army has requested $100,000, and Endeavors of Corpus Christi has requested $22,404. Sorry, maybe any questions? I'll pause for any questions on this. No,
ma'am.
Okay. All right. So our third section is the home entitlement. Again, with our home funds, the primary goals are to improve and enhance the quality of life of low to moderate income citizens of Corpus Christi through increased access to affordable housing and through improved housing. We want to strengthen the community partnerships to provide affordable and improved housing. Under number 1, we have our administrative and technical assistance, and then we have our home buyer assistance on number 2, what we want to do is increase our down payment assistance to $25,000 and also have $10,000 for closing costs, and that total amount would be $421,417. Again, we believe this increase will be able to help more residents as the cost of homes have increased, and we think we can be more effective by increasing the amount and serve more of our residents. We also have number 3, which is rental new construction. This is the TG 110 project at Palms at Blucher. They have requested $1 million, and that's to assist with increased construction costs. And those are our subrecipient requests. We'll stand by for questions on those.
Thank you. Tracy, I have to ask you on number 3. So please explain to us how that works. $1 million was requested so that the project moves forward? Or where, and well, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. I'm going to ask Jennifer to give you a little bit more information on that.
Thank you.
Can you please go to the last slide of the presentation? Couple more. 2 more. 1 more. Thank you. So here's the sources and the uses for the project. The total sources are the tax credits. There's the $13.6 million in tax credits. That is what it is. There are no more tax credits to be gained from the property. There's a permanent loan of $3.6 million, and that is governed by the debt coverage that the property is able to sustain in addition to the permanent loan from the tax credits. Then there's the City of Corpus Christi, $1 million, and then there is the owner contribution or the developer contribution of $242,000. So that $1 million is filling the gap between the total uses and available sources.
So if they don't get that $1 million, the project doesn't go forward?
That $1 million has to be in the project.
When was this brought to us prior to today? I mean, the developers never, I don't know if any other council members have been reached out to, but if my project depended on this $1 million that we're all hearing about right now, and 1 week prior to today, then we've got a real problem with this process, which is going to take me back to why I have said, and we didn't get a sufficient workshop, but this drives me crazy. Because, Peter, we need to understand this. And for this item, we're asking for $1 million to be added to be allocated to a project. I don't know about the gentleman sitting next to me, but I don't remember anyone saying, in order for us to make this project move forward, we're going to be coming back to you when you're in your CDBG budget planning and asking for $1 million. That never happened. And so I'm very confused and very perplexed about why this $1 million is being put there. Fiscal year 2019-2020, we allocated $500,000. Doesn't matter who the entity was. it was $500,000. Fiscal year 2020, 2021, we allocated $500,000. Fiscal year 2018, 2019, we allocated $542,000. Last year, we allocated $1 million. We're setting a precedent that I can't support, number one. Number two, in this home program, these monies have the capability of being used in other programs that this council is not aware of. And I'm just frustrated, not necessarily with you, so forgive my tone, but I'm frustrated because the information is not there. And there was a program that is, I understand, in existence, which is demolition reconstruction program, mainly for senior citizens who are elderly, well, they're elderly obviously, but they are lower income, disadvantaged, living in substandard homes. Why isn't that program in here with some of this million or all of this? I mean, I'm going to let the other council members speak, but I'm just very disappointed with the fact that we're given no choice as to how these monies can be used. And if the developer must have these funds for the project to move forward, I just don't recall that being explained thoroughly in the past when we were, making these decisions. But go ahead.
May I address your demolition reconstruction comment? That is a very important program, and for seniors and folks who are disabled who are at or below 50% of the area median income, they come in through our minor repair program. If their house is in such a condition that it should just be torn down and rebuilt, they go to the demo reconstruction program. That program today has $1 million of unspent funds in it, and we have 3 projects underway. So to take a year off from that program while we procure for new contractors, we only have 3 contractors working that program now, and we have not allowed them to increase their costs in, I want to say, 4 years. So we have to do a reevaluation of the materials and just the general construction costs of that program. But because there's $1 million of unspent funds for that program is why we felt comfortable not subsidizing it this year. And to your point about the increasing $1 million, that's a valid, I agree with you. But a lot of that is due to the increase in construction costs. Now, those have started to tick down in certain aspects, but I think the thing that I read the other day was construction costs are still on a multifamily, leaving about $85 to $92 of increased rent every month. And that, because of those construction costs, we would be passing that necessary rent increase on to a low-income renter. And because these are maxed out, these rents are already limited, that additional cost has to be borne in a development subsidy.
Okay. Well, thank you for that, and I'll let Councilman Hernandez speak.
May I please make one more point? Sure. It was last year that we also did a $1 million for Village at McCardle. And we can go back into multiple years where there have been awards greater than 500, but those are maybe in excess of 7 years.
Right. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Councilman Hernandez.
Mayor actually took some of my thunder there, so I have to appreciate that.
Sure.
And forgive me if I'm a little terse. I didn't get much sleep last night. My father-in-law passed away at 4 this morning. And so, but this is another thing that has really pissed me off, okay? With regards to this $1 million, and I want to echo what the mayor said about this was never presented as a requirement during the 9% competition tax credit for when we assigned points to it. I think it would have been a different result if we had known that they were going to come back and ask us for another $1 million during that process. That was never given. That information was never given to us during that process. And it is somewhat disingenuous to come to us now for an additional $1 million on top of the $1 million they got in the previous budget after getting $13.5 million in tax credits. I feel like I'm being leached It's not a good precedence to set. And if, if this is going to be going forward, it needs to be provided to us as a council during that 9% tax credit discussion, not several months later. And so I want to ask, why wasn't this given to us during that time frame? If it was obviously a precedent set from the previous cycle with the ones at McCardle.
And we will happily adjust this for the year going forward. We have just followed what has been the procedures, and I'm not saying that that's a good reason to continue to do anything. But going forward, we can change the way we present this information.
Okay, so let me ask you, if we do not approve this, what happens? I mean, this particular section, this $1 million.
We can have them come up and discuss that.
I want to ask the question, I mean,
There is a $1 million gap for the project. That gap has to be filled. So it's...
Okay, so if they can't make that gap, and does this project go away, or do the tax credits go to the next next person in line?
Both happen. Both would happen. And the developers here is what Jennifer
Well,
said.
that's what I'm asking is if, and we don't want to lose these tax credits, so if they go
We
to
could
the
lose the
next
tax
one in line.
credits. Yeah, well, the tax credits would probably go to Victoria, and the
Wait,
project wouldn't happen.
Well,
So-
Okay,
I believe the other tax credit project pulled their application.
no.
No? Okay. There is a second project, yes. I do believe they gave up the contract on the land, though.
I don't believe that's the requirement to have the land for, if it comes back to, as long as they can get that contract, they could do it. But that's besides the point. What I'm saying is that if this, I want to make sure that we are able to maintain those tax credits. And Victoria did not have an application this year. It was only 2 applications, I believe.
This is the way to guarantee that we keep those tax credits. And if I could just
I
address...
just want to make sure that
this
there's
is
an
the
opportunity for
best way to do that.
I understand, but I want to make sure that if this does not work because they cannot make that gap, that there's an opportunity for the second applicant to get those tax credits.
And to your point about the ask being year after year, we did do research on the 8 largest cities, us of course being the 8th, and those cities range anywhere from $950,000 to $5 million in home funds going into their rental projects. Austin also contributes $20,000 of their general obligation bond this year. $20 million.
Okay, but their tax credits are much higher than ours.
But there's still, if, for example, I believe it's Houston that's contributing $5 million of their allocation. So that would then help subsidize their larger allocation of tax credits. Whereas we have a much smaller allocation of tax credits and are still getting a project. But the amount of money we're putting into rental projects for the number of units we're getting in return are in line with our peers.
Did they have that information on the front side of it or on the back side?
Real estate deals are a moving target. We know up front when
Well,
we
if they-
meet
if
in
they-
February who's going to be coming in, but construction...
If they included
Go ahead.
it in their bond projects, right? Is that what you said for Travis County did that? Austin?
Austin's 20 million, their contribution from the home funds into their tax credit project or into their multifamily is one of the smallest, but it's because they have the $20 million that they're putting towards housing this year.
Yeah, Austin.
Austin's an outlier.
Austin is a much different situation than we're in. I mean, we've got some of it, but not to the extent that Austin
But
does.
Houston's putting in about $5 million. Arlington is a little over $1 million. El Paso
And this is all to their 9% tax credit program.
It goes to their rental program. Their rental.
So we're talking 2 different things here.
No, because this is right now, this is our rental program. So whether they have
So what
rental.
about our 4% programs?
The 4% programs very rarely, if ever, need, except for Fish Pond, the 4% projects don't usually come in for funding. We have not had a 4% project come in for funding other than Fish Pond in a number of years. If construction costs stay where they are and don't come back down, I suspect that will change. I guarantee that will change. But right now, this is our rental project. there is no other rental project on the horizon. We are working with, I'm talking to a local foundation, and there's also a local for-profit property owner who would like to get into the rental rehab business, and we're going to explore how to expand our rental program to include more types of development. But this is it this year.
I thank you for your explanation. I don't think that it was adequate, but I mean, you're stuck with what you got. So thank you.
Councilman Martinez.
Yeah, sorry, I'm very new to all this, so I'm kind of learning it as I go. But I did have some questions. A lot of them have been covered. But just to clarify, if this project didn't go forward because we didn't approve the $1 million and it went to the next project, do they also require the $1 million from us? Is that something that we would have to fund with any project that goes forward?
We have not had the conversation with the other project in many months, so I can't answer that. I don't know, because I don't know what their final construction costs were looking like.
But don't the companies, I mean, when they're bidding these projects, isn't the feasibility and the profitability based on the tax credits that they're given and not necessarily extra money that comes later?
Would you please repeat your question?
Okay. The feasibility of doing these projects and the profitability for the companies that do them, I mean, they base that pretty much on the tax credits that they're receiving to build the projects and to manage them.
I don't want to put words in the developer's mouth, so I'm going to ask them to speak to that. But the profitability is a developer fee, and for the contractor, it's for construction management, those types of fees. There's no profitability to be had from the actual tax credits themselves unless you're one of the tax credit investors. But I would like the developer to speak to that.
Okay, and I'm sure we'll get to them at some point. With regards to the additional costs being part of the reason for the additional request, it seems like if there are additional costs, we'd get a request for $689,240.63 instead of just $1 million. It seems kind of, I don't know the word that I'm looking for, but it seems, right, it seems kind of arbitrary if that's the reason. And I do understand that construction costs are going down. Now, I know that the price of lumber that had a 20-time increase or whatever it was has gone back down to what it was before then, and even has gone below because of the additional supplies. So
that's true for framing lumber. That's not true for other kinds of soft lumber.
okay, so what is it then is the question, and that goes back to why we're just asking for $1 million and not asking for what the additional cost might be.
So on the sources and uses, there was that 202. Can we have that last slide again? I can look it up. That's where the odd number's coming from. So, for example, we had other funds in of 242,450. When you take your sources and your uses, you see that bottom number of 242,450.
Right.
If you would like us to make that 245 and remove the other from the, that's where we were rounding out the numbers, is that bottom. The tax credit numbers are what they are. There's no increasing there's no increasing those numbers.
What are those numbers based on?
The tax credit numbers? Okay, so you take your project and any expense, most expenses that are depreciable, plus some other soft costs. Once you have those numbers, those are considered eligible basis. And based on your eligible basis, you can get tax credits. Those tax credits are cents on a dollar. This project, I think, was getting 91 cents. They get a tax credit allocation that they then get each year over 10 years if their project stays in compliance.
So does that mean the more expensive the project, the more they get in the tax credits?
No, because our area's limit for tax credit is $1.3 something million. So the most that we can get in tax credits would be the 13 so. Every once in a while, there'll be a rollover allocation. Somebody else didn't use some, and we can get 1.5. But even if the project were to increase in expenses, we cannot get more tax credits. We either have to get it from permanent financing, a soft second loan, or like we're proposing, a cash flow loan.
Right, but so there are other options. So if the city doesn't fund that million, there are other avenues for them to take. It's just that they're not getting the free money from the city.
And when you say free money, are you meaning not a loan?
Well, that's my understanding that
Okay,
it's,
so one of the things to consider is every dollar that's not a loan has to go towards debt service. These projects, once you consider that they're getting below, it costs what it costs to build, but these are rent limited. So even if it costs for market deal $18 million, we can't claim those rents. So those rents are not going towards debt service. If you don't have the monthly or the annual debt service, it reduces what you can borrow towards the total cost, the total development costs. Because the rents are limited, that's what we're subsidizing is the lower rents. We're buying rent for people at 60, 50, and 30% AMI, as opposed to somebody who could go and rent these to somebody at 100 or 120% AMI. That's why the subsidy's needed.
right. But we know what the maximum tax credits are, right?
Yes.
So we're not going to build something that would exceed that would make it, you would want to maximize it. So you would want the size and the cost to be the most that you could with the tax credits to make sure that you can do everything that you want to do money-wise.
Yes, but
Right, you're not going to overbuild it because then you're not going to get the bang for your buck.
You don't want to overbuild it so far that there's such a gap.
Right.
But not every expense counts towards your tax credit, so there are additional expenses there. Again, and tax credits aren't in, the tax credits don't necessarily cover all of the construction expenses, they don't cover all the construction expenses, and they can talk about their particular deal better than I can.
But that's all taken into consideration when they're making the bid for these projects and telling us, this is what we're going to give you for, I guess, your support essentially for the credits.
Say that part, please.
That's all taken into consideration when they're preparing the bids and the proposals to us when they're asking for our support in getting the tax credits.
That is one of the things that's taken into consideration, but when you're putting together the deal, there are such things as how to maximize the units on the site. You don't want to underbuild the site because it's the units that are necessary. You can't overbuild the site, but you don't want to underbuild the site. So just because you get $13 million in tax credits, assuming that all of your expenses were eligible for tax credits, and they're not, you might be leaving units on the table that you could get.
So what does 13 million in tax credits mean? I mean, we talk about it being tax credits, but end of the day, that's actual cash. It becomes cash.
You take that number and divide it by 10, and that's the amount of money the tax credit partners are going to give to the partnership to pay off a loan. So there's two loans on this property. There's the tax credits, and that's what they go to pay off on an annual basis after they meet all of their annual requirements. Then there's the permanent loan, so there's two loans. But the tax credit pays off the larger loan.
Right. And so you have essentially a property that's worth how much and what is owed on it?
I'm going to ask them to speak to that.
Okay.
What they anticipate the after construction value to be.
Okay. So-
Most of the value of these is done on a rental property. It's not necessarily going to be what the building is worth based on construction. It's going to be based off the income that it produces. Because rental properties you can do or consider both, right? You have an asset that's worth something. The building is worth something. But what it's really worth is the income that it generates. So on an income basis, this property is worth less than a market rate property, but the building itself maintains the same value.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Smith.
Thank you. I'd like to hear from the developers before I get,
Okay.
there's so many questions that they can answer that staff cannot.
I agree. Councilman Pusley, same thing, or would you like to ask?
Well, kind of. So let me ask just a couple of real quick questions, and Councilman Martinez stole a little bit of my thunder with his first questions, and that's okay, because I'm going to ask it a little bit differently. Had this project not been the project we selected, and let's just hypothetically say it was somewhere else, you cannot say that that organization wouldn't have been in here under the circumstances we've seen with the increase in cost of building, asking for an additional subsidy.
Is your question that I can't say that they would, or I can't say that they wouldn't?
Well, I mean, we can't say, I mean,
I could not tell you what somebody else will have needed based on what we did in February or March when we did the resolutions of
no,
support.
I understand that, but what I guess what I'm saying is, if this would have been XYZ Corporation that we had granted the tax credits to back whenever we did it, and then we had this increase in material costs, XYZ company may have been in here asking for a subsidy to complete the project as well.
Yes.
Okay. And the mayor was reading off some numbers quicker than I could write them down, but is what she was saying, and I think you may have said the same thing. So in past years, we've actually done, the city has done these kind of subsidies, right?
We do these subsidies almost, I can't guarantee every year, but every year in recent history, yes.
Okay. So these tax credit projects come in here, they get awarded the tax credits, and then they come back to the city and ask for additional money.
Not all developments do, but a lot of them do, yes.
A lot of them do, okay. And if this $1 million that's gonna go to them, is that in the form of a kind of a tax credit loan where it gets paid back as well, or into the CDBG funds, or not?
This is a home loan, so it would go back into the home project, not the CDBG. But what we have traditionally done is, well, all of our projects receive these funds in terms of a cash flow loan. So at the end of the day, after all of their expenses have been paid, what's left and how that waterfall was distributed, we then can get repayment out of that over the term of the loan.
Okay.
But, and the interest rates have varied recently from 0 to 3%. I've saw one that was over 4 many years ago, but the interest rates have varied from 0 to 3.
Okay.
But they're all cash flow loans, which is what allows them to maximize their debt service on the permanent
explain
finance.
to me what tax flow loan means in your,
The cash flow.
I'm going to interject, if you can explain both, because first of all, no one's ever told this council that it can be paid back. So that's
Okay.
very interesting, and where that money can go back once it is paid back. But if you can explain both, the cash flow versus whatever the other one's called.
So there's hard debt and there's soft debt. Your hard debt is when your banker shows up every month or the end of the year and say, you owe me money, I don't care what your bills were, I don't care what your expenses were.
kind of like the mafia.
Exactly. You can, I don't think Wells Fargo will appreciate the comparison, but okay. So there's hard debt, and in order to secure hard debt, you have to meet certain debt to income ratios, right? Wells Fargo's not going to give you money if you can't show them that you have the income to pay for it. So if you have a hard debt, you have to have income to cover it. If you have soft debt, at the end of the year, after all of your expenses have been paid, there may be $20,000 left at the end of the day. And depending on what it's called your waterfall is depending on what that says, who gets that money that's left over. On previous projects, we get some of that. Others of it might go into replacement reserves or operating reserves. It depends on how that goes. So in the last couple of years, we receive money from several projects that do have positive cash flow at the end of the year. So in 2020, we received about $160,000 worth of loan payments from this soft debt, from these cash flow loans. That money goes back into the program, the home program, and we're required to use it for home eligible activities. So when you see home program income, it may include these loans as well as any other loans that were repaid, such as those we make to homeowners.
So the ones I mentioned in the last 3 years, were those loans to be paid back?
We have only done cash flow loans going back at least 10 years.
But every time?
Every time we do a cash flow loan, yes. It's soft debt.
So how much money is now captured in that account? Do you know?
Right now?
Jesus.
I think there is at least $200,000 to receipt, and I think there's some previous loan payments from the last year that have to be receipted as well. So it adds up to a substantial amount of money. Over a couple of years, it's $500,000.
Okay.
And it goes back into the home program for eligible activities such as those we've discussed.
But the $1 million is going to come out of our CDBG, and then we will fund that back to the home loan budget as it comes back.
It will, the $1 million comes from our home allocation. There's, HUD gives
Through
us.
CDBG?
No.
Nope.
Well,
HUD gives us 3 pots, and they're separate.
Okay.
They make us apply for them in the cap all at the same time, but they're 3 separate funding sources with 3 separate.
I guess that's what's confusing me here is
Yeah.
you're talking about, I thought this was all CDBG money, and you're talking it's that plus this home loan that HUD puts together, and what's the other one?
ESG, the Emergency Solutions Grant for those
Okay.
homeless organizations.
Right.
So what we brought today were 3 different programs, but we apply for them all at the same time because that's how HUD has us put together the plan.
Now we're getting to the bottom of it.
There's CDBG, which there are activities that are eligible in addition to housing. There's Emergency Solutions Grant, which is only for homelessness.
Okay.
And then there's the home program that is only for affordable housing programs. What we're talking about is out of the home program, which is our allocation that can only go to affordable housing. So if we give this money as a cash flow loan to TG 110, if they have net proceeds, we can get our share of that and they will pay us back.
Okay.
It then goes back into our home program as program income that we then put out to other home eligible activities.
Okay. All right. I think that's all I have right now. I'll probably have some more once they get up here. But my point is, the 2 points I had was, we may have been having to make this decision regardless of who is up here receiving the tax credits. I guess my final question is there any other way we can dole out that $1 million? So sort of like Councilman Martinez's point here, could we say we have a rolling budget of up to $1 million and they submit receipts for overages above what their original construction costs were estimated to be?
Yes, that would probably look more like a clawback of some kind.
Right.
At the end of the day, every tax credit project has to go through a cost certification, and we can say if it exceeded or they received more income from somewhere else, we get our funds back, the difference back.
Okay.
If construction costs do decrease, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
okay, Jennifer, so a couple of things. Number one, no one up here knows this was going to be paid back. There's nothing here that says we're going to repay this loan or ask it as a loan, because you can do one or the other. We can hand over this money, or we can say, pay it back over, as you mentioned, the cash flow. So, well, right. And I guess I'd like to know, Peter, what in the past has been paid back, in the last, let's say, 7 years? Because again, this is all being said because of the conversation we're having, opposed to this being written down saying this $1 million is going to be paid back. Anyway, that's a side note. The other thing I'm going to ask is, it doesn't have to be $1 million. It could be $500,000, as has been in the past.
It could be, yes, but I'm going to let the developer speak to how they would fill that gap.
Okay, then the other thing, down here, you've got listed single-family rehabilitation, which is basically people that might need roof, electrical, or plumbing repair. We funded that at $500,000 in the past, and we've got 0 funded moving forward. Why is that?
That single-family rehabilitation, that is it's government speak. So that is the demo reconstruction program. Because when you look, they come in through the minor repair program. If a house is substandard, you can tear it down and then reconstruct it. That's covered under single-family rehabilitation, and that's what we applied to HUD for. But that is the demo reconstruction that I was saying there's $1 million of unspent funds from the last 2 years. That is that line item.
Okay, and your department was formed when?
Well,
A year ago?
April.
Okay, so I'd be very interested, Peter, in knowing what has been the effort in the outreach, in getting these funds out to people who need them. Doesn't have to be said now, I don't know that you know that now, but we didn't have anyone. We didn't have anyone that focused on these things in the past, prior to you being here or the department you work in, focusing on this.
That there was, the grant monitoring department still administered all of these programs.
Well, I'm sure they administered it, but the effort in reaching out, just like we have the issue with some of the some of our bidding. People that there's no bidding, we have to outreach and say, hey, are you interested?
Yes, ma'am.
This is money sitting there. It will always be needed moving forward, especially in these times. But if we aren't making the right effort, I'm not saying we aren't, then it is going to sit there. Anyway, okay, so that's that. I think, I guess we're ready to listen or to hear from the developer. That would be public comment. Okay, so I'm going to open the public hearing and ask for any public comment. Sir, would you like to come up and address some questions? And this is the representative for the developer.
Hi, I'm Ray Lucas with Lucas and Associates co-developer, and I'm going to make a couple of comments, and then Brad McMurray with Prospera is going to kind of go over costs, and then we'll answer any questions that you guys have. We did ask for $300,000, or it was in the plan when we came before the council in February. And in February, I did mention to the staff, though, that costs were getting kind of funny, and we weren't sure what the future was going to hold. We may have to be looking for additional funds. But since February, it's gotten kind of crazy. We have a project in San Antonio that's a 9% that's being awarded, and we're having to ask the city now for $2.5 million when we thought we had a project that was balanced. So this is what's happening across the board. I bumped into the other tax credit developer that had a project here in Corpus yesterday at the TAP conference, and he expressed the same problems, is that construction costs are really increasing, and it's causing a lot of trouble with these projects. And so I'm hearing that from a lot of the developers. And so I just wanted to point that out kind of as a beginning statement about what's happened to us since February. So we did go back to the contractor about a month ago, or maybe a little longer, 6 weeks ago, and said, based on everything we're hearing, we'd like for you to reprice this thing. And he came back and said that we're going to need more money. And so that's when we contacted the city and said, yes, we're going to need probably $700,000 more. Does the project go forward if we don't get it? Probably not, because the problem is you have investors and you got syndicators out there that are kind of expecting you to have a balanced project, and they know the construction costs are all over the board. And so you're going to have a contractor that's going to sign off on that I can do this project for this amount. And so it's going to be problematic. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Brad to kind of go over some cost items.
Well, my name is Brad McMurray. I'm the Vice President of Property Development for Prospera, and we've been a nonprofit that's provided administrative assistance to TG 110 for quite a few years, and TG 110 is a local nonprofit represented by a local board. One of the things that helps the city is these home funds that are just available for affordable housing. 15% of them have to be awarded to CHODOs. It's just a requirement. And with TG 110 being a CHODO and you providing this funding, you meet that requirement. Plus, as Jennifer had mentioned, we're actually providing quite a number of units, which makes the home program look very successful because it is successful. It's getting a lot of units for the money that the government provides. Certainly, single-family rehab is a very valuable and needed program. The challenges that you run into is with a rental program, you're serving, household after household over the 40 years of the property, so you really get a lot of bang for your buck. Versus another noble use, which would be to fix up a house that's for one individual. I don't know about the specifics of Corpus Christi, but in San Antonio, when I was working in some of that, some people with single family didn't want the lien or the affordability requirement. They wanted to be able to pass their house down without any kind of issue. So that might be one thing, but I can't speak to it specifically. In any case, the other question that was asked was, what happens to this second application? What if we don't get this and we're not able to move forward? I can't speak definitively because really site control is a major requirement. Council member, it's something that really is all you have to have at the pre-application along with your number of units. When you lose that, you're basically in a terminated position. So that might be an issue. We'd have to talk to TDHCA if that came up. The other question, though, is that, we did, based on what we knew we were going to score, you can change your score a little bit and lower your points if it benefits you. And so we went for a full $1.5 million in credits, which is a little more than the region has. That's why you lose a point. We still were the highest scoring, but what that means is that we got about 100,000 more in tax credits than the number 2 would get if they did overcome that not having site control issue, which means they're going to need another $1 million just to be even with where we are. Plus, they have 74 units in their application, of which 5 are market. That's the reason that's important, is because you only get the percentage of the tax credits that are affordable. So they would get 95% of what they were entitled to. So they're really going to start at a deficit if they were to come through. The other thing that we've got is because we have such good relationships, we're such a good developer, and we're a nonprofit, the banks will get a lot of CRA credit. So it's more bang for their buck. So they give you a higher rate on your tax credits than a for-profit developer, which is the number 2 competitor in this situation. So I would say they need even more money because they're experiencing the same cost increases that we are. So we thought 300,000 would be enough. It turns out that we need a full $1 million. That is a rounded off figure, but again, we've got to go through cost certification. Certainly happy to include a clawback provision. I think we've demonstrated on other projects when we were able to find other funds, we gave back the funds that the city had awarded. This is a necessary thing. From the standpoint of construction cost, really what we're looking at, lumber has gone down. The difference is that it's the single family market that's gone down, so your stick-built stuff, the trusses, the framing packages as far as the roofing and stuff on multifamily, that hasn't gone down as much. They haven't opened up Canada, which is really a good source of lumber. They've still got that closed. So we haven't seen the same tick down in our prices that you do in the general, which is totally accurate. It has gone down. But besides that, metals are up about 50% over the last year, continuing to go up. The OSB that we do our sheathing on the outside is actually 250% higher than it was a year ago. That's adding about $10,000 a unit to the price of a multifamily. It could go down. It's just you can't wait because the banks want to make absolutely sure that you can have a feasible project. So you can't wait. You've got to go ahead and move forward now, get your plans done, and get your contract signed. But insulation has gone up 48%. Anything with resin, because of COVID supply, a number of the resin production plants have gotten offline, which means anything, Romax for your coating for your wires, your PVC, all these different things have continued to go up. So even though there has been some relief on the stick lumber, these other things, including the copper wiring, cement siding, the fibrous cement siding, drywall, junction boxes, and even appliances. We have a project here with CASA, and just getting the GE to deliver their appliances is really challenging because everybody needs them, and so they can get more money by placing them at different projects. So that's basically what we're dealing with. We've actually done a lot of work to try to get that number as low as we can, so we don't think we're asking for an excessive amount. we won't know until, why is it $1 million? Well, until you actually sign that contract and the subs aren't given a permanent number until we actually get the plans and they can actually bid that. That's what happens as soon as we get the award. So it's kind of a moving target till we get started, but we did request the 300. It's just we are having to increase that to $1 million, which is new. The amount is new. But is there anything else that?
Councilman Hernandez.
No, I was going to ask a question for Jennifer on the cash flow loan. If there is no cash flow, then we don't get anything paid back. Is that correct?
Mayor, we're still in the public hearing also, Mayor, so we're still in a public hearing, so I don't know if you want to close the hearing for more, if there's no one else to speak. Just wanted to remind you.
Well, we do have some people to speak. Oh, hold the
I'll hold the
questions.
question.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Just hold on one sec. Yes, ma'am. Who else has public comment? Go ahead. Come on down.
Good afternoon. My name is Judy Telge, and gosh, I think I have about 3 hats and also a little thunder to add to other thunder, but not bad. I gotta say, you've done an excellent job of explaining things, and learning, I think, has been very helpful, and I've got a little bit to add to that. One thing I am is the founder of Coastal Bend Center for Independent Living. That basically is an organization that has had a partnership with the city off and on for different things, ramps, home modifications for a while. And I'm also the housing navigator for this area through the Aging and Disability Resource Center with COG. And the third thing is I'm president of AHRI, Accessible Housing Resources, Inc. And I'm wanting you to understand that we were the recipient of home funds for tenant-based rental assistance last year, the year before, and the year before. Nobody came to us and said, hey, you need not apply again because you've got 3 years under your belt and you ain't done yet. You've still got people you haven't gotten taken care of. We did that ourselves at the beginning of the year. We said we're not going to apply until we can make sure the money that has been allocated can get spent and people can get housed. The tenant-based rental assistance vouchers, we know, because we have been doing that with TDHCA and the city for the past 2 years, are the best way we see as an interim solution for people who may be homeless, and they could be homeless for any number of reasons. We were able to help a tremendous number of people who were affected by Hurricane Harvey to get 2 years of rental assistance subsidized in the private market. Coastal Bend Center for Independent Living is also a TIBRA administrator, so we're the only two, and I guess you can see the connection. Since I work at one and I'm president of the other, we're covering not only people with disabilities, but people who are at the lowest level of income that want to rent, want to get out of homelessness, have a crisis, and we help them stabilize their housing so that then they can start looking at permanent housing. So in addition to your looking at where the home expenditures have gone, we see the home program as really being one that can do a tremendous amount of good when you look at how much money is coming in with ESG. Very, very little. And that's the one that can do what the most actually for homeless and near homeless at risk of homelessness. So at any rate, my reason for being here was to question the $1 million when in the past it had been less than that. And also a little bit of a, I guess, personal professional note, the letter of support that we submitted both from Coastal Bend Center and from AHRI was not the entity that got the award. So I, of course, know the other entity and know how well they do at making sure that 30% and below, that's AMI, 30% AMI and below, were included among the tenants in their properties. We have no idea. Now, for $1 million, I think I, sitting on a council, would say, how many units are you going to make available for 30% and below? That's the biggest need in the city of Corpus Christi, and I will read you out of the cap. The city, the most common housing problem is the cost burden for renters. And the highest number of cost burdened is the extremely low income at 30% AMI. That was true in 2018 when the cap was established, and it's true today, and it's going to continue to be true. The city is committed to allocating funds that serve the needs of the lowest income and most disadvantaged residents. Households with incomes less than 80% of AMI, particularly those with ELI, 30% AMI, are priorities. I'm reading you that because it's right out of the cap, and that's what's supposed to get approved, but I don't see it in this year's plan, which is why I'm bringing it up to you, the council, that's going to vote on this. I also want to bring to your attention preservation of affordable housing is critical. It needs to be looked at in a much larger view. The number of these low-income tax credit properties, the Section 8 properties, the 202 properties, all of these have a lifetime with affordability and the subsidy. There's a bunch that are going offline outside of those subsidies between now and 2000, in the next 7 years. Those entities can elect to make those rental properties market. And if that happens, there goes the best source of affordable housing units that the city has. And that is happening. It'll take more than me and I think I've gone over 3 minutes, but discussing that.
Thank you.
But I think that's important for y'all to keep in mind as going forward. And please put together that community stakeholder group. We got to do that to address affordable housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Tilge. And did we have someone else? Yes, ma'am. Emily, you want to come down? And go ahead, B.
Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to visit for a minute with you. I'm going to try to be brief because I don't want to be, I'm not the one to be between you and your meal. So, just want to thank you so much for allowing us to request the $200,000 for our building. This is probably the largest project that the food bank will ever embark on. And it is needed because at present, 60% of our product is an outside storage, which is very expensive and is not readily available when we need it. We have been operating out of 22,000 square feet warehouse for the past 35 years. The time I was hired, we were distributing 2.4 million pounds of food a year. This year, we will distribute by the end of our fiscal year right under 14 million pounds of food. So we've grown that much. And I just have a few numbers that are pretty impressive, and I love to brag. So here I go. We've been in disaster since Harvey. From Harvey, we went to Hannah. From Hannah, we went to the pandemic. From the pandemic, we had the winter storm. And it's very clear that the food bank is a first responder. We have been out in the forefront helping families. And just our distribution, our disaster distribution, this is aside from the food that we send every day to families in need. We did from February of 2020 to March of 2021, we did 625 disaster distributions. That was 9.5 million pounds of food. Now, it's hard to visualize 9.5 million pounds of food, but to put it into perspective, that's equivalent to 224 truckloads of food. And we serve 182,000 households. That was 507,000 individuals. This is duplicated individuals because people were coming more than once to get food. And that translates into 7,772 meals. So the impact that the food bank has in our community is evident. And we cannot continue to operate out of 22,000 square feet. So this new building is going to be 100,000 square feet. We're going to have a special kitchen for nutrition education. We have our diabetes classes there. And we will have also space for offices because right now we can't hire any more people. We are out of office space. So with your help, we will be able to move on towards breaking ground, hopefully early next year. And we are doing very well. We are about 70% of our goal, which is $30 million. So we really appreciate if you will support us to keep on moving in the direction that we need to move. Thank you so much.
Ms. Ma'am, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
I'm B. Hanson. Everybody knows me.
I know. I know.
I'm the director of the Coastal Bend Food Bank.
Thank you.
Yeah. And we brought them some pamphlets, so you guys will look at our new building. It's beautiful.
Thank you, B. Sure. Thank you very much. Right. Okay. And I think we have any more public comment? Yes.
Good afternoon, Lisa Gertis with Rising Tide Ministries, located at 9841 SPID in Flower Bluff. It's an honor and a privilege to be here with you today, and I was so excited to hear about the tear down and rebuild of houses. How wonderful if there's monies available.
Right.
Why is there money available that hasn't been spent? Sorry, I get really excited about such things. Anyways, we just appreciate your consideration. We want to help people and to be able to help our elderly and veterans stay safely in their homes is just, it's on our hearts to help those that have served us, and especially widows. I was widowed 23 years ago, so I know the struggle. And to be able to help people be safe in their homes and to stay in their homes longer, it's a win-win because they're not in our nursing homes and they're living independently, happier and healthier. So thank you so much for your consideration today.
Thank you, Lisa.
Mayor, Council, Manager Zanoni. My name is Emily Schaefer Northrup. I am the business manager at the Salvation Army of the Coastal Bend, 1804 Beaufort Street. I just want to take a moment to say thank you so much for the opportunity to receive ESG funding. It's essential to the Salvation Army and our mission. And I want to say thank you also for continuing to keep homelessness and the plight of folks who are experiencing homelessness or at risk of it as a policy priority. I know that it can be a contentious issue, and I want you to know that I think it takes a lot of bravery to keep this in the public sphere and to continue to take this consolidated annual action plan. It's really important. We at the Salvation Army use ESG funding to provide emergency services, case management, food and nutrition, supplementation, and supportive services to individuals, families, children, and veterans in our community who are at risk of homelessness or experiencing homelessness. Last year, we assisted over 14,000 individuals with assistance in Nueces County. That was 11,000 families, and over 1,000 children came through our shelter. And so last year in the pandemic alone. As we move into our new Center of Hope, we are expecting to increase the amount of folks that we can serve, and we plan on using this funding to help make those services available to anyone that needs it. So thank you very much for your consideration, and thanks for keeping this issue front and center. We really need it.
Thank you, Emily. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name's Deborah Arswag. I'm with Corpus Christi Hope House.
And I usually don't like to do any of this. I like the, behind the scenes. But we're just here also to say thank y'all for always considering us and thinking of us. We provide services for pregnant women, shelter for pregnant women, moms that have children that are homeless, substance abused, or domestic violence. We provide baby accessories from diapers to formula to clothing, furniture, anything that we may have, we try to assist all these women. We have 4 shelters right now, thanks to, we use ESG funding as well. We were able to get CDBG this year, and we're helping with the rent because of COVID. And, without your consideration and always thinking of Hope House, we're able to help these families. We helped over 10,000 last year in the community. We helped the community. We helped the shelter residents, and we have life skill classes. We have school. We have jobs that we assist them with. The only thing I really want to say is housing. It is really, really difficult to get these women into housing. They don't get paid enough. They don't have the babysitting, or the daycare. So that's been a real struggle for a lot of our moms, but we're working through it, and hopefully y'all will keep that in mind. And, our goal is to have these women go out there, be productive, stable, and, a success in our community. And again, thank y'all so much for always thinking about us, okay? And we're doing what everybody else is doing here, just trying to help each other.
Thank you.
So, thank y'all.
Thank you so much. Okay, is that all? Is there any other public comment? Okay, with that, I will go ahead and close public comment. And, sir, if I think we have some questions. Councilman Hearn, what's that? I think,
It was for Jennifer, actually.
oh, for Jennifer, okay, I thought we had some
Yeah.
questions. We do. That's right. Mr. Hernandez.
Yes, sir.
So on these cash flow loans, what's the history of getting payment back on the cash flow loans? And if there is no cash flow, do we ever get payment back?
What's that second half, please?
If there is no cash flow, do we ever get payment back?
The loan is usually, the loan is secured with a deed of trust, and if we're not getting cash flow back, I won't swear to all of them, but I would probably say the most recent ones, and we can get this for you. We do get some sale out of, or get some cash out of disposition. But I do have some numbers. Just since April, when we received checks, when they turned in their audits, there's about $195,900 that we received in cash flow payments. We received that from Woodland Creek, Glen Oak, Lexington Manor, Hacienda, and Lulac West. So that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 projects that did pay back some cash flow to date this year.
Not all.
No, not all.
I didn't hear any, were there any TG 110 projects that gave us?
Woodland Creek and which of?
They're all except for, was it West Park?
Lulac, it's Hacienda, it's.
Manage that property, and notice they hadn't paid you. Made sure that you got the.
Mr. Lucas, we can't quite hear
Yeah,
you.
Can you speak into the, thank you.
Ray Lucas, all the properties that she
Woodland
mentioned
Creek,
except,
Glen Oak,
yeah,
Lexington, Hacienda, and Lulac West.
Woodland, Glen Oak, Lexington, Hacienda, are all properties, Prospera properties, and then Lulac West is managed by Prospera.
And what is
for-
the basis?
What?
What is the basis? What's the amount owed?
I don't know that. There are different amounts based upon the amount that was given for each property. Anywhere from $1.2 million, I think, to, $300,000. And some of the ones that haven't paid yet, it's because they haven't got to that point yet. They've just finished construction, and so they've not gotten to a point where they're operational to throw off cash flow.
I think this is probably some information you need to provide to council as to how much money is out there, what is being paid back, what's not being paid back.
So one other thing I'd like to mention, the deed of trust puts you in a position on the property, which means the property can be sold or refinanced without your approval, or repayment. So you're protected from that standpoint. If you decide you want to forgive it later, you can, or later you say, we want our money, then you'll be repaid at that point in time. Hope that helps.
We track all of that information, and we can get that to you.
Okay, because this is never, I mean, none of this is listed as a loan. I mean, to what
Right.
the mayor said, none of it's listed as a loan. So, has any of it been forgiven or not collected?
If there aren't proceeds, then it is not collected. So if they don't have cash flow at the
So
end of
out
the
of-
year, then we do not collect.
Out of all the projects that have had these types of loans, what are the numbers that are pay? How many are paying and how many are not?
I'm going to have to get you that information. I don't have that with me.
Okay. All right, thank you. Oh, Mayor, if I may make a comment on the Salvation Army, as someone who is a beneficiary of the Salvation Army in terms of services, when I was younger, I totally support their
Mission.
funding. Yep.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you. This has been a real enlightening on there, particularly on the cash flow loans. And I think, Mr. Lucas, you mentioned or Tracy, it's part of the deed of trust. So when that property does sell, even though it's not making cash flow, then it'll be paid off at that point in time as long as it covers that loan value.
Plus interest.
Plus interest.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or if it's refinanced.
Yeah, so there's a number of things, and if I understand correctly, it's only the Prospera properties or Prospera managed properties that are making these payments?
I don't know that.
Well, that's,
I do.
Oh, okay,
Okay.
sorry.
There is also a project called Costa Terra, I'm going to get this wrong, Tarragona 2, that is not a TG 110 Prospera property that regularly makes payments.
Okay. So it's 85% Prospera.
Yes.
Okay. I just, some comments that really we're in a very uncertain times. Anybody involved in the construction industry on there, like Brad was saying, that you're just seeing these extraordinary increases if you can get the product. Not only the price, but the time. What if the $1 million kind of, if somebody's got 2 projects under construction right now and fighting this, it seems like it's a little over 5%. Extremely nominal considering what we're going through. And in what I'm hearing, we've got clawback provisions if by some chance the prices do drop, which they may. What's happening today could be different tomorrow. We are seeing in some of the lumber, we're still 20% above even the residential lumber that what it was. But you take the steel, all your labor components, everything else that, 6% over. Again, guys, I mean, you are doing a lot to be able to pull it in for that. And if we can get I think the loan that we're talking about, where it's really not a grant as much as a loan, and then let's look at what if we don't, if this project doesn't come through. We've heard out here the need for affordable housing units on there with it. That it's likely that we just lose the project not to Victoria, or I don't think another entity, the funding cycle is wrapping up. They're going to have equal or greater issues. That's speculation on my part, but I do know what they're saying about price increases are absolutely true with it. I've got one project I can't even get the lumber for. It's not a question of price. It's just a question of availability. With it. Hopefully in 3 to 4 months we'll get it. And in speaking with this, as D came up, it's a little bit of sadness for me because I built the original building for them. So this is something that I'm cognizant of with it. So I would hate to see us lose this project where we do have some fallback positions on there. I thank staff for explaining to us on what we do with it. To Lisa's comment about the demo on there, we got $1 million in there, Jennifer. We need to be spending that, so next year you're coming to us and saying, man, we need more money on there. But I'm glad we have $1 million in reserve, because that can knock down a lot of that substandard housing. So I think as we sit here, let's look at percentage. It's 5% that they're asking for. And they're not, it's kind of capped, is the way I understand it, because we'll get it back, right? If we don't exceed. So I think it's a reasonable ask. It's something the community needs on there, and we have to consider the times we're in. And we're going to see this same thing in construction costs. Our future CIPs, like I told Eddie Houlihan, forget them, because, construction is skyrocketing. So I hope we do move forward. Thanks, staff. We spent a lot of time on this one project, but there's a lot of great elements in there that help the people that deserve the help the most. So thank everybody and the comment on it.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, Jennifer, I just wanted to clarify one thing on the $1 million. It's a loan, but it's a different kind of loan. It's, we may or may not get some of that funding back, correct?
Over the course of the term of the loan, if we receive payments, it will be out of net proceeds. At the end of the day, if they have cash, after they've paid their expenses, we can get some of that.
But if they don't have net proceeds,
We don't get money that year.
Okay.
We have to wait for a year, they do. However, at the end of the term, or when they sell the property out of disposition, or
Right.
if they refinance any of their debt, we can then get repaid at that time.
At that time. So eventually we get our money back.
Yeah, but that could be 40 years. I mean,
It
I
could
don't want you
be-
to think it's 10 years
So
from
what's
now.
the term, what's the standard term of their loan?
We're required to do 20 years, and a 20-year affordability period.
Right.
Usually it's amortized over 40, 45.
Okay.
Yeah, at what rate?
At what rate?
We have varied between 0 and 3%.
0 and 3%?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay.
Jennifer, Mr. Lucas had mentioned what the ask was originally 300. Is that correct?
Or back in February, yes.
Right.
When we were talking about what the applications were going to come in. They said they would come in at about $300,000.
Okay. But that would have been out of today's budget. Is that correct?
We have gone from the original ask of $300,000 to $1 million tied to the increase in construction costs.
Right, for today. In other words, that 300
Right, it would have been the home dollars all along.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes,
Yeah.
home funds.
Out of today's budget.
Today's,
Yes.
right, out of today's.
Yes.
And to clarify, the single-family rehabilitation program is repairs, demolition, and reconstruction.
It's demolition and reconstruction, but it's considered single-family rehabilitation.
So yesterday I was told it was, or as I understood it, did it change? So we got different names here that were confusing.
I think there's, if I may, there is the CDBG-funded minor home repair program. When they go into that program, if one of our staff goes out and determines that the house is too far gone for the minor repair program, and and 51% of the house is substandard,
Right.
we don't put them through the minor repair program. They go into the demolition and reconstruction program.
All right, the tear down and rebuild, that program has $1 million, right?
So
How
that
much-
is $1 million.
Yeah, how much
That's
is in the
one.
minor home repair? Is it also in the million, or is there a separate?
No, that is our most successful program. We get down to the penny by the time,
How
at
much
the end
is
of the
in
year.
that program?
Which one is this?
This year, we've asked for $750 for the city program and $50,000 for Rising Tides Safe at Home program.
Okay, so the $750,000 for another program, which is minor home repair, where the home's not demolished, but there's a new porch or new doors, or, and then the tear down and rebuild program, Mayor, that we were talking about. there's $1 million in 2 years of unspent monies.
Right, and that is called what?
It's under the single-family rehabilitation program,
Oh.
but it's a demo reconstruction program.
Single family, okay, so that's the one, so it says 500 here, 500,000, what is that?
Are you talking for the previous year's funding?
Yeah, this is previous year's funding,
That is that program.
but the balance is what?
There's $1 million of unspent money, 500 from last year and 500 from the previous year.
Okay, and so that's the one we're not putting anything into. And Peter, I would like to well, I don't want to assume anything, but what are we doing actively
Yeah.
to really, I mean,
Right.
no one's going to convince me that people aren't out there that need that help.
Right.
So what are we doing to outreach?
Right,
And
we'll
let
get-
people know?
Sorry, we'll get you
Promote
that.
it.
So you've recognized it, but we have new leadership in the department. Jennifer recognizes one of the key things is getting more contractors, because we could do outreach all day, but if we don't have contractors to do the work, we're going to leave people in the lurch. So there's a plan to get more contractors on board. There's also a plan to get more persons signed up for the program. I don't know if Jennifer wants to speak to that for our new outreach efforts or outreach efforts that we plan to do.
Well, I mean, those are two very different
Yeah.
things. If the problem is no one's applying for it, then what are we doing to help them apply?
Yeah.
And then, of course, is the labor force out there for it?
Our largest problem now is the availability of contractors and the fact that the program hasn't allowed them to take an increase in construction costs over the course of many years. So the contractors we do have don't necessarily want to do the homes because we haven't allowed them. So what we need to do is we need to get new costs for our plans because the home that they build is a house that we have home plans for. And then we need to procure additional contractors. It's been a while since we procured for contractors, and that came up on our HUD monitoring that they just finished here a couple of months as well. So our first step is to procure and get new costs. So we're paying fair prices to the contractors, and we give additional contractors the ability to come into the program.
Do we have a list of people now that need the help?
We have 25 people signed up for the minor repair program, and again, that's how we get most of the people in. However, the rehab programs that the department runs are basically through word of mouth. I don't know that there has been a push to advertise that these are the programs that are available. That's part of what we're trying to do at our Connections to Assistance
that's a good
events. Those Connections to Assistance events that our department is now doing is to promote these programs throughout the community at the different locations we're doing the outreach events.
And we are able to create a program and put it in this bucket, the home bucket? if
Yes.
needed? In other words, there seems to be too much money,
There's
just
$1
sitting
million
around.
for-
There's all this
right.
money and not enough program, which is crazy.
Right.
So that also says we need to be more proactive.
Yeah.
But we are able to create a program and put it in this bucket?
Yes, we have $1 million right from 2 prior fiscal years for the demolition and rebuild
Right.
for seniors and disabled individuals. And then we also have money in the budget recommended for 22 for $750,000 for minor home repair.
For the minor home repair, in addition
Right.
to the 50 for Safe at
So it's-
Home.
Yeah, so it's 2 different programs. One's
Right.
recommended for funding in the new budget. The other one will utilize 2 prior fiscal years' worth of money that hasn't been spent.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We're just skipping this year's funding until we can get caught up.
Councilman Hernandez?
No, I just wanted to make a motion or to amend and remove that $1 million for the TG 110.
You want to take it out altogether?
Yep.
Okay, so under
I'll
the
need it.
home program, you want to get rid of line item 3, right?
Yes.
Okay, for $1 million.
Okay.
The motion to amend the home program funding.
Councilman Martinez has a comment?
Okay.
You know,
And was there a second? I'm sorry.
No.
No
but
second yet, okay.
His comment, not yet.
You know, my concern is that I still feel like I don't know enough to really make a decision today on whether to totally get rid of it or to modify it or to make it a less amount or to do something else with it. And I also worry that.
Actually, per our policy, we can you can bring it back with the two council members, I think.
Well, I'm just wondering if it's better to table it for now and come back to it, because then we're still gonna have to figure out what to do with that $1 million if we don't allocate it to this project, I'm guessing.
I will agree with that. So I'll rescind my,
'Cause we can develop
I'll
something.
rescind my motion and ask to table. And
Second.
can we table this just as a home program and then approve the other sections of this, or does it have to be a complete approval?
We do not have to have a complete submission to HUD. However, we do have to submit by August 13th to HUD. That is a hard date.
Okay, so we can
Back next
revisit
week.
this again next week. So,
Do you have a motion? Well, I think,
Can you turn your mic on, please, Mr. Pusley?
well, here's the problem, is we shouldn't have had to spend 3 hours learning some of the things that we didn't know that we should, especially many of us that have been on council for years. We had no idea that the loan that was even an available, option. We had no idea, based on the wording in our agenda, that was an option. And this is always the taxpayers' money. I mean, it's federal monies that come down here and we allocate them. So we're giving money away, which there's not a problem doing that within this program. That's the point to it. But I think that amount, that, again, no one had any privy information to this. We all got it a week ago. We had no idea where, you heard all the questions as to where is it coming from, why, how, when, what. Not a phone call from the developer, sorry, but if I were in your shoes, I'd have said, by the way, I need this money or we're in trouble. Nobody got those phone calls. It's concerning because these monies this is to go and help the people of this community. Well, then the department didn't relay them to you. Maybe they did to you. They didn't to me. Okay, well, we have a problem
Actually,
with that because this is $1 million.
Mayor,
But
if I
that
can
said-
also include some of the things, the information we could ask for specifically, like if these if they decide to walk away, and will the second respondent actually be able to do that work or get those tax credits? That's question number one. Number two, I want to see all the information on the how much we're getting paid back on these loans, and by individual. We've been doing this for a long time, so there should be several. I want to know who's actually asked for that loan in these grant funds by those projects. I don't think every project has asked for money from us separate from on the 9% tax credit program or the 4% tax credit program. So there's all sorts of information that I think we need to have access to so we can make this decision properly. So that I just wanted to provide that information.
Yeah, well, I agree, and I think that Councilman Martinez is correct in saying that we need to, we can sit here for another 3 hours and say, okay, well, where are we gonna, do we give the $1 million, do we give $500,000, or just the justification is all. Okay.
You have a
So
motion,
you're,
and it's been
you have a
seconded
motion
already,
and a
ma'am.
second.
Yes.
And also, my concern greatly, I just want to say, was the senior citizen, the program to help seniors. But you're saying it's in there. Peter, correct? You're saying that program is
That
in there
program's
through the
fully funded.
single-family rehab.
Single-family demolition and rehab, rebuild, there's $1 million, and then $750,000 for minor home repair.
Right.
So 2 different programs funded at
Right.
1.7, almost 1.8 million.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and just one other point, if we would add more money to the demo and the rehab, rebuild, it'd be tough to spend, I think.
Sure.
We don't have the contract capacity. It does take time. You have to process families. You have to help relocate them. So we'd have to really ramp up staffing and additional contractors to spend more than $1 million in 1 year. So.
Okay.
Councilman Hernandez, you want to repeat your motion?
It's just a motion to table till next week.
And you second.
And you're talking about tabling
next
everything, because you said
the
there's
table,
home
that
funding.
portion,
All the home funding or just that
well, I mean,
line item?
as I understand it, the whole thing has to be submitted
Right.
to HUD. So I mean, I don't know if approving the half of it makes any difference. I don't know. Is that the question? Does approving?
I mean, we have to submit the whole budget. So if you table one, you must
table the
table
whole
everything.
thing? Okay.
So I don't think
Just-
it really
you can't
makes a
just submit
difference.
half the
Does
budget.
it, Jennifer? Is it better if we approve all of it minus the one piece?
If you would like to postpone 1 week, I think you can table the entire thing. If we're going to go past 1 week,
No.
then I think we
No.
have to start dividing it up because we've
Yeah.
got to have something that goes to HUD on August 13th.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so the item.
Yeah, and I second.
Motion is second.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, no,
I would just say we ought to move forward, but that's just my.
Councilman Smith?
I'd like to go ahead and approve the package with the exception of that, so that everybody else out in the audience that, you know, for us, we know we table often and things like that, but if you're not involved like we are, there's a concern. So let's approve it, the
Can you do
thing
that?
that we're
Gil?
agreed.
Okay,
Try to
I will
amend it?
modify my motion to approve the ESG and the CBDG block grant, and then table the home program. Is that correct?
It is a 2-reading ordinance.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So I
Well,
have-
we could do this
Yeah.
in piecemeal and then do it again later, so we'll just do it in piecemeal.
Yeah,
You got a second?
So, again, approve the 2 sections, ESG, CBDG, and then table till next week the home program. Is that correct? Am I say that correctly?
I think the
Okay.
cleaner way to do it is simply approve it without the $1 million included. And then, because you have a second reading to come back and amend it to put it back in there.
Okay. let's rescind and
Oh, my gosh.
I'll just say what Miles said.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'll
Motion to do
second
what
that.
Miles said, removing the $1 million for line item 3 from the home program, just like he said.
Okay, so removing the line item, otherwise everything else
Yes.
goes.
Goes.
Okay. So that's an amendment, right? We would do the amendment and then
That's an
vote on
amendment.
it as
Right.
amended. Okay. So the amendment is to remove the $1 million.
I think that was my original.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, that's
And I
where it
seconded
my
it.
original
started.
motion.
That's funny.
Yeah, and I'm seconding that.
Okay, does everybody understand and okay with that? Mike, can you turn your mic on?
If your
Thank you.
plans are to take part of that $1 million and add it to one of the other programs, then you've already approved them, then you'd have to bring them back again. Is that what your
Well,
plans are?
since it is a 2-reading ordinance, it comes back anyway.
Yeah, you could do it then if.
Yeah, then these people out here don't know what's gonna happen. I just think we're making this way more complicated than it needs to be, but anyway.
I want to say, unfortunately, that's how our system works, so.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
So I make a motion to approve as amended.
Hold. The motion carries. Sorry. You're welcome. Okay, go
Make
ahead.
a motion to approve as amended.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Okay, we're going to lunch. We will go into executive session on item number 28 per Texas Government Code, section 551.076. We will return. We'll reconvene the meeting now. And we are on section M, public hearings, item number 24. And that is a public hearing and resolution approving the Corpus Christi Crime Control District budget for fiscal year 2022.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Eddie Houlihan with the Office of Management and Budget. This is the crime control budget, which was passed by the Crime Control Board back in June. Just a quick summary of the crime control budget. It is funded with 1/8 of a cent sales tax. And the expenditures fund 63 sworn police officer positions, 5 marked police package vehicles, and then $200,000 for minor tools and equipment. Just from a high level, the crime control fund, we expect to end fiscal year 21 with a little over 5.3 million, revenues of 7.7 million, and expenditures of 7.5, and anticipated ending fund balance in the crime control fund of 5,535,000. The revenue is almost entirely comprised of sales tax revenue, 7,712,000 in sales tax revenue proposed in the budget, and a small amount of interest income of $7,039. Comes to the total revenue of 7,720,000. The expenditures, 63 police officers and related costs amount to $6,920,812 in the public safety, the 5 vehicles and minor tools and equipment, total $497. And then we have a reserve in this fund for any unexpected expenditures that come up of $100,000. Total expenditure budget of $7,518,479. And I'll stand by for any questions you might have on this budget.
Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. Do y'all have any incoming donations to add for equipment or the new mounted cameras that y'all got a few years ago? The reason I'm wondering is I haven't seen as much activity and the donations towards the crime control can accept the donations, right?
I don't know if we haven't gotten, no.
Through the 100 Club or something like that?
You're thinking the foundation, maybe?
Okay, well, the foundation, I guess, and this would be the wrong group to ask. I thought it was through crime control. That's bad being a veteran, so I apologize.
From time to time, the board, if there's extra money in the fund, the crime control board will recommend it. I know one year they bought quite a few tasers for the police department and various things like that, rifles.
Yeah, I've seen the items and equipment go through there. For some reason, I thought they were allowed to accept donated equipment.
The city can accept donations, and you can receive a tax deduction for donating to a city, just like you would a 501c3. So if somebody out there has a big donation they want to make.
Really, for any department, Miles? Yeah?
Yes, that's true.
Need to amend
Yeah,
the
we did a
tax
letter, I'm trying to remember, I think in the last 2 years, for somebody that wanted a tax deduction. And so we gave him a letter that said we're a nonprofit and you would be eligible.
Really?
Yes.
I thought that's why, like, the Friends of the museum or the
No.
Friends of whomever was formed.
They're more, to some extent, but they would develop to fundraise, to be like an extra arm of the city to fundraise.
Right.
Yeah,
That's to
fundraise, try to get
fundraise.
donations.
That's
But if
right.
somebody wanted to make a donation directly to the city, they could, and be tax deductible.
Quite often, these friends type groups have a freer hand in expending the funds so that they aren't as bound as we are.
Right. I see. They do it. Okay.
So,
Good info.
do they have control of telling you where they want that money spent on in any department?
Yeah.
To some extent, a person making a donation can have quite a bit of control on and establish and establish limits to how they donate. Let's say they want to give money to build a building, but they demand their name be on it. That's not uncommon.
Or water.
But it's up to
during
us to
hurricane.
decide whether we accept the donation with that condition.
Right.
Yeah.
Councilman Smith?
I just want to say a quick thank you to the Crime Control Board for the work they do and putting into it so they take the burden off. So thank you very much, Crime Control Board, for all your work.
And Mr. Houlihan, vehicle replacement, so 5 marked this includes 5 marked police package? Oh, is this just the package? It's not the vehicle?
No, the vehicle
It is the
and
vehicle?
related equipment, yes.
Okay. Okay, well, great. Yeah, we thank them very much because 63 officers is 63 officers, which we desperately need. So thank you. With that, let's see here. We will open public hearing. Is there any public comment on item number 25?
24.
24, I'm sorry. Okay, I'll close public comment and entertain a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion passes. Okay, Section O, first reading ordinances, and that's item number 25. Yeah. Hello.
Hi. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, City Manager, Mrs. Zanoni. Richard Martinez, Director of Public Works. And today I'm here to introduce an ordinance rejecting the apparent low bid of WLE LCC of Austin, Texas due to refusal to perform on a previous mowing contract, providing similar services and authorizing a 3-year service agreement for mowing grounds and maintenance of Stormwater Group 5A1 for an estimated amount of $204,540 with Dorme General Repair and Lawn LLC of Corpus Christi, Texas, for the Public Works Department in fiscal year 2021, funding an amount not to exceed $11,363.33, available through the Stormwater Fund. So this area is Saratoga medians and right-of-way. They're almost 24 acres, a little over 23.09 acres, and a section of airs just north of Saratoga of 0.42. So here are the maps of the areas on Saratoga, Rodfield to Airline, Saratoga Airline to Everhart, Saratoga Everhart to Costores, and then Saratoga from Costores to Las Colinas, total of 23.09 acres, and then a section of airs, which is north of Saratoga, is 0.42 acres. And I'm standby for any questions.
Councilman Lerma?
Yes. I've met with Peter last Monday, and we discussed about mowing the medians and what the contractors do with the grass clippings. And I want to know what it has in their contract, that they will not blow the grass clippings into our storm drains.
Yes, sir.
How are we going to deal with that? And if they do, what is it that we can do to either terminate that contract right then and there and find someone else? Because this is a pet peeve of mine. Everywhere I go in the city and they have medians and they cut grass, they mow it straight into the street, and then the guys with the blowers or just keep blowing it until they hit into the drain. And this last time I actually stopped, gave him my business card and said, "What are you doing?" "What do you mean?" "Well, why are you blowing this into the street and then into our storm drains? You know that's illegal. We have an ordinance that says you can't do that, and you guys are breaking it. Why are you doing that?" "Well, they tell us that we have to do this because the grass is too high. We can't sweep it up."
You're getting into the weeds.
Uh-huh. Yeah. And my question to them was, I know, I was looking at him to the corner. I know he's trying to do something here, man. But my question is this.
It's okay, Billy. I'm in the roots.
Okay. But my question was, I understand that grass grows, and it grows tremendously. It's hard to sweep it up. But our shoreline and Ocean Drive, you don't see them doing that.
Right.
So why isn't the rest of our city treated the same way? What's the difference?
There is no difference, Councilman. You're correct, and that's one of my pet peeves as well, that not to be blowing any of the grass tailings into the storm drain or even in the roadway. I'm an avid motorcyclist, and you go on with a motorcycle onto that, you will go down. because it actually becomes very slippery when those grass clippings are out on the roadway. So it is in their contract that they have to bring and pick that up. They're not supposed to be putting it, and I do understand we've seen it happen before. And so we have assigned an inspector that would go in behind them. Yes, they aren't there at the time that it happens, but I've actually caught our contractors doing the same thing in other areas. We have more than 20 contractors currently today. And so they're all different contractors, and some contractors are much better than others when we're dealing with that. We need to do a better job of reining them all in and telling them if they violate that, we do give them a cure letter. So if we find that, we give them a cure letter, and they have an opportunity to come and correct it. After the cure letter, we can terminate them immediately. Immediately.
Well, because, I mean, they're just causing us a bigger problem in our
That's correct, and I agree with you 100%.
I mean, you know, we're constantly having to vacuum these areas out because they're all clogged up or whatever, flooding, and they keep continuing to do that. I don't understand. We don't have the manpower, for one, to go out there and monitor all of them, but we need to make example of a few of them.
Yes, sir, and more of an education.
Make it a harsh example.
I'd
like to see that.
We'll also get with our contractors and do more of an education piece with them to let them know as well.
I mean, bring them all in at one time, show them a film on clogged drains and stuff like that, where we have to go through to clean them up, what our costs are. We should pass the cost on to them, or they're going to be mowing our medians free for the next 10 years, you know, because they can't make up the cost. We just need to do something about it. It needs to be brought to someone's attention, and we need to do something about it.
Duly noted, sir.
Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez, do you have a comment?
Yes. Correct me if I'm wrong, Saratoga's a state highway, right?
Saratoga is on the state network. Yes, sir.
Okay, and we're responsible for mowing the medians for the state highway. Do we have a letter of understanding or something?
There is the MOU that we're responsible for anything outside the curb lines, whether it's in the medians or outside the curb lines as well.
So that being said, do we have any say as to how those medians are done? Because if we can avoid them, if we can zero-scape them instead of mowing them all the time, do we have any say in that since it is a state highway?
Yes, and I've done those in the past in other entities I've been with where we did zero-scape on those type of exact medians that you're talking about, sir. It's just really bringing them the plan and having them agree to what we're going to put in.
Okay, it's not a main priority, but as we go forward, if they're going to be redoing some streets, it might be the opportunity to get that zero-scaped. Similar to some of our own medians that we should focus on trying to zero-scape them.
Yes, sir.
That way we're not watering them or having to cut them on a regular basis.
Does save money. Yes, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you, Richard. I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Do we have any public comment on this item? Okay, I will close public comment, entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion passes. Now we'll go on to section P, briefing items 26 and 27. Tammy Embry, our Intergovernmental Relations Director, along with City of Corpus Christi legislative consultants from Focused Advocacy in Austin, will provide the council insights and lessons learned from the 87th legislative session in Austin. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor, City Manager. Tammy Embry, Director of Intergovernmental Relations. We spent a lot of time during the session each week talking about the main issues, but as we always do at the end of the session, come back and talk about the bigger picture, everything that happened. And we will start with reminding us our state lobby contract lobby team is Focused Advocacy in Austin. Snapper Carr is here with us today, one of the partners. Brandon and Kurt are at other city councils today. It is that time of year when when everybody has the same briefings on schedule. So we started last year in the fall with meetings. I started with meetings with all of the departments, collecting input for items that would go into our legislative agenda, and then met with council members to get their input. And last November, this council, previous council, passed our legislative agenda. What I have before you is the general overarching legislative policy that guides our decision-making as departments and I go through and review each bill before the legislature. And that this is the slide that really kind of serves as the Bible. We have a lot of different individual priorities, but anything that's not enumerated as an individual priority or issue is guided by that, and then by coming to you, as you all know, the long discussions that we had on many different items this session. Just a little bit of snapshot of our engagement by the numbers. We tracked, Snapper's going to talk a little bit back at the bigger picture. We tracked here at the city 1,877 total bills that were referred to departments to review and look at and see if they had concerns with. There are always bills that are filed that may never see the light of day. Some don't even get referred to a committee. Some get referred to a committee and get a hearing, but then don't go any further. We actually officially engaged either with meetings with staff, registered positions on bills, you all coming up and testifying. A number of you came up and testified on bills, or through a registered position for, against, or neutral on a bill. We officially engaged in 100 bills. Of those 100 bills, 30 bills passed, 21 were bills we supported, 9 were bills we were neutral or opposed to. One bill that we supported was vetoed by the governor. It was an animal control bill. It's been a bill that we have weighed in on the last 3 sessions that would provide a crime for improperly tethering a dog. And it was passed by huge bipartisan numbers in both chambers, and the governor thought it was too overreaching on Texans, and was too invasive in Texans' lives. So that one will come back to us again next year. Some key accomplishments, DEAG funding, and I know Snapper can go all day long on DEAG funding and how important it is, but we're very excited to say we've got another $30 million coming this year. On this biennium, that'll be handled in 2 tranches each year. We've received so far 4 DEAG grants that have helped us install very needed infrastructure. You actually had the second reading on your agenda earlier today of the gas line replacement project for NAS. And that is going to provide a huge benefit to our installation, where they have had, our gas department has actually been out on numerous occasions to clamp lines just to render them safe so they can continue operating. So replacing those gas lines is huge. Air quality grant funding was continued. This was something that was a huge priority for us last session, where the governor in 2017 had vetoed grant funding for near non-attainment communities like Corpus Christi. And so we were able to restore that last session, and that continued this session. We got key TWIA reforms passed. That was another issue on your agenda today, was a resolution to oppose unnecessary TWIA rate increases. The mayor has sent a letter this week to the TWIA Actuary Committee. I will actually read that resolution that you passed at the TWIA Actuary Committee tomorrow, and it will be submitted for written public comment for the TWIA board meeting in August. But as we all know, TWIA, they're trying to sneak in a rate increase before the reforms that were passed in this session are able to be implemented. And they passed a bill that will require a 2/3 vote of the board to raise rates. It will take care of a conflict of interest in forecasting and selling reinsurance, and also the legislative oversight committees that were passed in the 2019 session that were not able to happen to meet because of COVID restrictions. That has been extended into the next session, or into this interim, so that will happen. Additionally, you just considered the crime control district funding. That was a key amendment that we were able to gain on HB 1900. HB 1900 is the bill that will penalize cities for if they are deemed a defunding local government, they reduce the budget of our police department. We know that we have no intentions of that here in Corpus Christi. But crime control district funding is generated by sales tax, so we don't actually control the amount of money that's generated by that district. And so if that district were we're having an economic downturn and you see a reduction in sales tax generated for the district, or if at some point in time our voters chose to not renew that crime control district, this amendment would protect us from being penalized for the loss of that revenue. Another one, and I know Snapper will talk about this one a lot, SB 10, which was, and Councilmember Hernandez stayed till about 9:30 one night at the Capitol to testify on this one. This is the community censorship bill, and so this is the bill that would have prevented us from hiring legislative experts like Snapper and Brandon and Kurt and Andrew and our that are key to our success in Austin. And so that died procedurally at the end of session. It is rumored to be coming back in a special, and Snapper will talk on that in a few minutes. But as we're talking about that, I can't underscore enough how much I could not effectively do this job for you if I didn't have Snapper and our partners at Focus Advocacy. Just the sheer number of bills that are considered and the sheer number, the amount of work that is done to review a bill, draft testimony, get testimony registered, get testimony. Those of you who came up and testified, you know how crazy the days are in the Capitol and how, I'm putting you in one place and going to take care of something else and coming back and, that is a huge priority to maintain our ability to have a voice in this legislative process. HB 1869 is the last one I have on there, and that is a debt bill that Snapper will also talk through as he works through his presentation. I want to give a couple of shout outs. You as a council were extremely active and engaged. This session, we had a lot of thorough discussions each week as I gave you updates. I appreciate that engagement. I appreciate that feedback. I also want to give a shout out to a couple of departments. Legal stepped up in a way that I can't even account for this session, because we had a lot of technical issues on things like ETJ, on things like the defund bill, and on things like workers' comp and other really technical stuff that I don't have the expertise in. And their folks really stepped up and helped me draft testimony and helped us draft letters that gave us an effective voice in the process. The other department that probably did more work than anybody else is Development Services. Snapper's going to talk about it, but land use issues in general, building codes issues in general, we by far filed more testimony and written letters on land use, building related, development services related issues. And Al and his team really stepped up to make sure we got communication. Even if there were so many bills in a hearing, we couldn't quite get it all done in time to submit for the hearing officially, we got official letters to every member of that committee to file positions on. So that department doesn't always get shout outs, but for me this session, they did a great job. And I'm gonna hand it over to Snapper, and we'll.
Tammy, what was the number of the bill, the tethering? Or was it a number, or was it, I don't know if you had it
I
on
can't
the
remember the number of the bill off the top of my head. I can look it up on, do you know what? But I can look it up on Telecom while Snapper's speaking.
Thank you. Mr. Maloney, did you have a comment now?
Yeah, just brief. Tammy, thank you for all the work that you've done there in Austin on our behalf, and for the communication. I thought that was really helpful, and for letting us or making us aware of the opportunities to go to Austin and advocate for the city's interests. I know myself and several of us up here have worked hard to take the fight to TWIA against rate increases, and it seems like every opportunity that they get, it seems like they want to try and slide something in there. They have a meeting tomorrow. I've submitted public comment written public comment. Yes, yes, so I would just request that as this process moves forward, that you, I just have more of an interest in it, I think.
Yep.
If you would please keep us in the loop and make us aware of those opportunities.
I'm going to tune in at the beginning of that meeting tomorrow, and we'll definitely try to get a wrap-up summary. That I do want to try to tune into your decel presentation as well. So that one's one that's going to be hard to be in two places at one time, but we'll definitely keep you on the loop, and I'll definitely make sure y'all all have the timeline for public comment for the August 3rd board meeting as well, and let you know what the outcome was of the actuary committee tomorrow.
Mayor, Council, thank you again, Snapper Carr with Focused Advocacy, and also on behalf of my colleagues, I want to say it's been an honor and a pleasure to represent the city of Corpus Christi. We've had that pleasure for some period of time now. I enjoyed sitting through council today, as Tammy mentioned, and getting to hear some of the items and the overlap between what we do in the Capitol and seeing that actually put into practice at cities and how it affects city halls. We very much view ourselves as extension of your city staff. We're your experts in Austin, and by experts in Austin, it means we try to navigate the uncertainty of the legislative process, the policy issues, and the politics that go on to prepare you all to advance your agenda that you adopt through your staff, through management, and so forth. And so, although it was a very tumultuous and continues to be legislative session, it was also one that ultimately I think was a good ending spot for local governments. And we're going to go over some today. We have an appendix with a whole lot of bills behind them. I'm happy to talk about and recall some of the others that might be in there, but we wanted to go over a few items today and also give you what's going on. We're of course still in the first called special session and what the forecast for the remaining months of this year will look like with that as well. We couldn't do a end of session wrap up without giving a tremendous amount of thanks to your local delegation. We will start with the Senate, of course, and led by Senator Hinojosa. You will see through the course of your delegation that they're all in positions of leadership, whether that be on respective committees. They're also in places that can significantly help with the issues that you all have deemed important and those that can impact you from a operational standpoint as well. Chairman Hunter, of course, is gearing up for his busiest time, if you will, when we get to the redistricting special sessions that we'll talk about a little later in the presentation. But again, all the members, Representative Herrero, Lozano, and even the extension there of Jeannie Morrison, are all very veteran members, and they're all in positions of leadership, and they very much, they and their staffs are open and help us navigate, and it is a true team effort. We may not always agree on every item, that is from a policy standpoint. However, it is always a very good working relationship that we in the city have enjoyed, especially this session. A quick overview. Many of you kind of are aware of some of the key drivers that were at the front end of session with regards to looking at the budget and how the pandemic issues, looking to other items that the leadership have staked out, the Lieutenant Governor, the Governor, and our new Speaker. We'll want to give a look at what didn't pass, some key items, what did pass, and then obviously talk about the current special sessions and the ones that are on the horizon as well. Certainly at the start of the session, we have a brand new speaker and Speaker Dade Phelan from the Beaumont area. I think there was some plus that we thought going in. He's from a coastal community. He's familiar with some of the issues that you all have in common with the area that he represents. And I think it's important to note that although a speaker is often viewed as a statewide leader, and they are, they're elected from a single district. So unlike the Lieutenant Governor and the Governor, they are elected from a single House district, and then ultimately become Speaker by gaining 76 votes out of 150 members of the Texas House. And Speaker Phelan did that, not only, he did that with bipartisan support, so a large number of Democrats, as well as, of course, his Republican membership that supported him for that. Again, looking at the pandemic issues that we had all been facing, that every community has been facing and continues to, but those issues of emergency management, budget-related issues, and others were really deemed to be some of the big drivers, and they were. Certainly criminal justice issues and reforms in the post-George Floyd protest and other items that came about were anticipated to be very big items, and there were bills filed early. We, of course, had a tumultuous time around the presidential elections, issues related to voter issues and election processes began coming up even prior to the session, and those were deemed to be. Probably the largest unknown, and where there's a saying, the only thing that's certain about the legislative process is the uncertainty. And that is true, and one of the things is more than been representing cities now for 28 years and participating in sessions. Nothing changed the course and the context of a legislative session the way that Winter Storm Uri and the failure of our electric grid did. We're going to talk a little bit more about what came out of that, but just as an aside note, it is now the most costly single event in our state's history, exceeding Hurricane Harvey in terms of insurance claims, and obviously a large number of loss of life too. As Tammy mentioned, this is true year to year. Cities are impacted by more proposed bills and ultimately statutes that are on the book than any other entities, public or private, in the state. And candidly, there's not a close second with regards to that. Fully almost 1/3 of the bills that file affect cities in some way, their operations, their pocketbook, their authorities. And that number of 2,200 there that we have is a little bit misleading even that. Although Tammy mentioned some of those we're happy don't see a whole lot of the light of the day. Some we would like to see advance a little further and don't, unfortunately. But one of the things that is always true, that the bills that become that are moving and become either controversial or try to accomplish a goal to get there, there's not just the filed version and the passed version. There's usually about 15 versions and amendments in between that have to be looked at. And we'll talk about a little of those because, as with a lot of things, the details matter a great deal when it comes to enactment of new laws. During the course, again, of the pandemic, it was projected that we were going to have a little over $4.6 billion in budget deficit for the biennium. As we got to the start of the session, the comptroller updated the state revenue estimate, and that was brought down to only $1 billion in deficit. But a great improvement due largely to increases in certain sectors of sales tax activity that maintained strong throughout the course of the pandemic. The overall budget you will see there that was passed for the biennium was $248.5 billion for the biennium. We're one of the few states that budget in this manner. It's a large undertaking, and it generally takes all interim to help lay the groundwork to get to this. Public education and the healthcare components are always the largest drivers at this juncture of our budget. We had at the start of session, and that was tapped into for a few different areas, but in the rainy day fund, we had $11.6 billion. Just as an aside, at the start of this special session, the comptroller updated again just to certify that between some federal funds and better than estimated revenue growth, we have $5.06 billion in unexpended funds that the legislature can now, either in this special session or future special sessions, be able to expend on various programs. Tammy mentioned, and it's something we're certainly very proud to be a part of, both through our representation of individual cities that have military installations in their community, but also through the Texas mayors and military communities. And just A quick aside for those that may not remember, but that group really, with the mayor of this city at the time and the council, City of Corpus Christi was instrumental in forming the Texas mayors and military communities. And until that date, $0 had been appropriated from the state. And it was on behalf of those communities and those cities that we got the first, what is known as an extraordinary appropriation. We actually got some money out of the rainy day fund at one point to fund the DAG program. And it was a excellent, I believe, example of cities organizing on behalf of their communities for a common goal. That program is now lauded by the Department of Defense. It's known nationally, and it's been funded every single session. It has become a little bit easier to get that money now that the legislature is educated on the benefits and the return on investment with regards to that program. We always ask for a little bit more and would like it, but it is continued to be funded at a fairly significant general revenue appropriation.
Snapper, on that note, I would also add that is a program that is held up at the Pentagon level as a program that is a model for other states to follow and is appreciated, and have recently been told that Corpus Christi is being held up to other naval installations as the community to follow for the amount of support that we are adding to our base. So take that to good heart, that it's being noticed in DC of what we're doing and accomplishing through the DAG program.
In addition to the DAG money, and there was an additional $4.5 million that was added back into the TCEQ's budget, which is available for communities in near non-attainment and areas with regards to their air standard and ozone levels. That was something that this city advocated for very, very strongly. What did not pass? A list here, and I won't go over all of them. Some that we certainly, I think, were somewhat supported in various areas. For example, the extension of Chapter 313 incentives for economic development purposes. Unfortunately, that did not pass. But we'll come back to it for special session. But a large number of detrimental items were ultimately defeated. Oftentimes that was a group effort, and this city would play a role. And as with any of these items, certain issues affect different communities in different ways. And that's one of the roles that we help the city, is to distinguish how those things impact you and your community and your operations. And in essence, prepare you all to be good advocates in those areas with regards to working with your staff to figure out the impacts and so forth. One of the areas that we wanted to talk about was with regards to sales tax transparency. And over the years, this has been something that we've had to kind of chip away at to gain access to certain sales tax records that are maintained at the comptroller's office. This is one that I think will be revisited. It received hearings in both chambers. However, like we said, the process this time around was a little bit impacted by a large number of unexpected things. Being shut down for 2.5 weeks in the middle of February when we were getting committees going, having a larger number of bills filed during the pandemic than we thought, and restricted physical activity, which actually did impact how the process flowed this session, unlike others. Senate Bill 10 was kind of referred to as the community censorship bill. It would have put significant limits on the ability of cities and counties, primarily both those two entities, to engage professionals, to join certain trade organizations in various forms. And again, this bill took several different forms, but one thing to talk about it with regards to this is that there was the proposition that this bill was needed because professionals like myself are engaged to somehow work against the community's interest, or to go down and only seek to extract taxing revenue. I'm here to say that that's not something that this council nor any of our other clients actually ask us to do. And when it is talked about in a public way in examples such as DEAG and the beach safety bill that we will talk about in the future, that it becomes very clear that of the role that we play. And again, we see ourselves as and act as extensions of your city staff, and our role, much like the legislator's staff or the governor's staff, is to prepare you all to engage in that process with your adopted agenda and your community interest at heart. And that is, we expect that this bill will be back. It is of note that as it passed the Senate, it only applied to cities and counties. So all other political entities that in your area that collects public funds or even tax dollars would not have been affected, would not have been limited in their ability to gain, yet we as a city would. And again, y'all have more issues than any other entity there to have a review and potential impact on. I won't go into all of the various details of it, but in the House has tried to make this more about, and it's been defeated several times, including under the previous speaker. It went to a vote on the floor and was defeated. There were several votes leading up to Senate Bill 10 being placed on the calendar that indicated that there was not support for strong bans on this in the House, bipartisan support, and that there was more of an interest to ensure clear transparency and certain restrictions in more limited areas on taxing authority in particular, in advocating against any sort of limitations from professionals like myself. No limits with regards to you all being able to engage. In the House, they also added back all public entities, MUDs, port authorities, special districts, everything was added back into the bill. And then it was also became just more of a transparency bill. And that seemed to be more widely supported, except for a handful of members that believed it needed to go further and enact more strict bans on your ability to do so. When the author of the bill was unable to convince some of those members to not proceed with amendments to do that, the bill was ultimately left pending and delayed until past the end of session, effectively killing the measure. We do expect that this topic it very likely could come back up in future special sessions, and without question, we will see it discussed in the coming regular session next time around. There's already been several bills filed for this special session. It's not on the call. They can file bills that aren't on the call, but they don't advance. And so that's a good indication that we will continue to have a healthy dialogue on this. And we believe the best way to talk about it is to show exactly how you engage in the legislative process. You use your IGR staff and your professionals that support your city as well. One of the local bills that gained, of course, a great deal of discussion here locally and amongst your delegation dealt with the Port of Corpus Christi. I don't have to go into a great level of the various forms of the bill, but overall, this bill failed after a very long and public hearing. The chairman of the committee was the bill author of this particular bill. And along the way, this is an excellent opportunity to talk about kind of how oftentimes local discussions, when they find their way to Austin, kind of get amplified with regards to some of the policy issues that are there. And of course, the delegations are always looking for that discussion to as much as possible to occur locally. And this bill also, I think, died primarily because it was seen as being beyond the scope of what ports had normally done in Texas, and how that would fit into a larger regional discussion about services, whether that's in the ETJ, and the role of a port and whether that pulled them away from their mission. And that was what the testimony bore out as well. With regards to economic development, again, the Chapter 313 tax abatement program is one that has been widely used, obviously, by a number of heavy industry in Texas to bring capital investment here. It was primarily passed originally for the Toyota facility that was built in San Antonio. However, it's also been used a great deal for wind development and energy projects throughout Texas. And there are certainly detractors on both sides of the aisle of the program, and we're unable to reach agreement on some of the reforms that Chairman Murphy had, which his bill did not pass, and then ultimately just a straight extension of the program also failed. There are already several members of both parties that have called upon the governor to consider adding this to the call for consideration. If that occurs, our indication is that it would probably be a simple extension to kind of get it into the next session or for a couple of years to maybe allow some of these targeted reforms that are being discussed to take place. I think there is a fairly strong likelihood that it'll be revisited because, again, it has a pretty strong track record of attracting a lot of heavy investment.
Just a little bit on that. This is an issue that we've already revisited locally, post-session. The city, the chamber, the Economic Development Corporation, and several stakeholders actually came together in a meeting in Todd Hunter's office about 3 weeks ago to discuss kind of a post-mortem on what happened at the end of session when this bill died, and why this is a bill that affects school district development agreements, but is one that we supported in our legislative agenda passing because it is such an important piece to the capital stack for the large industrial projects that have been brought to this region. And so we actually, in the conversation with the delegation, Todd hosted it, Representative Ferrero and Senator Hinojosa were also part of the meeting, and we're open to discussion about different reforms that would fit and operate more. And our delegation feels like that the program has been handled correctly in our region, and we might be able to help be a broker into how some reforms could be made to answer some of the concerns statewide. So Todd and our delegation are extremely engaged in that and will remain so. And so as anything comes up toward, I would guess this would at least be the fall special session. So as that moves forward, it's something that we will continue to engage. As you know, as we talked about, the agenda you passed is for the entire 87th session, so that covers the specials too, and we'll continue to work on that to see if we can get it across the finish line.
So did this include the tax exemption for wind farms?
The Chapter 313 program does, and it's been used extensively with regards to.
So this kind of sticks a knife in the heart of the wind farm expansion in Texas.
They've certainly used it. They have other forms of tax credits and other things that they receive that are federally done as well. But this is a large economic incentive that's been utilized with regards to wind energy development.
Okay.
It candidly, Councilman, that is one of the things that clouded the waters a little bit. It certainly wasn't originally passed with that in mind, as I mentioned. But there are some factions of the legislature that had concerns about the level of use as well.
And that was actually a topic that was brought up in the meeting with our regional stakeholders of maybe limiting this to the larger type of projects that we use it for rather than the smaller projects like a wind farm. Maybe putting a floor or something like that in there. It wasn't anything definite. That is, the chamber's going to kind of convene a working group on some of these issues to kind of be the broker in this area. But that was some of the concepts that were discussed in the meeting with Chairman Hunter.
Tammy mentioned that land use and overall issues related to the ETJ have been at the forefront. And for several sessions now, probably since about 2017 in particular, the topic of authority within the ETJ, obviously annexation-related issues, have been at the forefront, and the legislature has continually put either restrictions or limits on some of those areas. This session, I would say in the last month of May, and none of these bills passed that we're talking about, but they all had very significant preemption of local authority with regards to them. They empowered often the individual landowners to make certain decisions, even some bills that would allow for a landowner to choose to join a different city's ETJ without permission of the community that they were leaving, or to remove themselves fully from that with nothing but county authority then left. All of these, we probably had at least a dozen types of amendments that we had to review, see, and often get removed or defeat in the final days of session. It's one that is, and again, this is a statewide issue. It's not certainly targeting this community. It's one that TML is I believe, going to have a great deal of policy discussion on this interim as well as we prepare for next session. But it is an area that is under scrutiny from the legislature, and preemption has been the primary way that they've looked on the bills that have advanced so far.
Just to add a little bit to the ETJ conversation, for Corpus Christi, one of the big issues for us with regard to ETJ removal is revenue, because our industrial district agreements lie in our ETJ. And so the ability to continue to enforce those, to the ability to continue to proceed with agreements like that in the future, right now, that's about $24 million in revenue to the city. It's one of the reasons why we sought the amendment to HB 1900 that would protect our ability to enforce in industrial districts. So anything regarding ETJ is something that we watch very closely, and as I said, Miles and his team, Buck especially, has been a tremendous asset throughout the session as we evaluated all of the various iterations of ETJ, even up till the final weekend and final days. Is 2 or 3 times on a weekend, Buck and Miles and I were having conference calls.
On to some of the items that did pass. As Tammy mentioned, there was a significant bill that was passed with regards to Senate Bill 1448 on TWIA reforms. It continues, one of the main things it does is it continues the select committee that was set up to oversee that agency and program until 2023, i.e. to the next session. There was a requirement that 2/3 of the TWIA board members must vote to approve any rate case. So as this is considered, a super majority will be required for the passage of any rate increases. And it has an oversight, continued oversight from the legislature and the board itself. And so this is one that I would say, Chairman Hunter has clearly staked out as a major topic. He organizes not only individuals and groups here and tries to keep them involved, but also along the entirety of the coast and with his fellow kind of coastal delegation members up and down the coast that are impacted by TWIA and their rate structure. Of course, the city was very involved in a very good bill and helped, I believe, make it an even better bill. The Jasani Smith Beach Safety Act was passed. This is one that I believe the city staff and the expertise that your departments had in ensuring beach safety in this region helped make this a better bill, help think about some of the maybe unintended consequences that could have been produced. And as we help bring those forward, the Chairman Hunter certainly recognized those and incorporated those improvements into the bill. There was also April being designated as the Beach Safety and Rip Current Awareness Month was part of HCR 36, which is a concurrent resolution that passed both chambers as well. We mentioned one of the most talked about bills for local governments during the legislative session was HB 1869. It dealt with, as filed, was very strict limits and had some other negative provisions that would have limited your ability to utilize certificates of obligation. It outright would have prohibited them for the most part in a large number of areas. This bill was filed by the chairman of the House Calendars Committee, Dustin Burrows, out of Lubbock, and it at first looked like it was going to move with a large number of these restrictions in place. Through a large effort of local governments, Brandon Agamelian, my business partner, spent many, many hours working on language and helping run down different parts of this bill. When we mentioned that this is one bill out of that 2,200 that got filed, there was probably 50 versions of this bill that had various bond council input from around the state and other communities. Ultimately, we got to a bill that, although still has some limitations within it, gives you a very clear list of what you can use this for. We used everything in examples here of unexpected expenditures for elevator repair here in City Hall, for example, as something that cities just can't plan for and need flexibility with regards to utilize this sort of debt instrument. This is one that I believe will come back, maybe for some fine tuning, as we see how it's implemented across the state. SB 23, and we'll get into the two defunding bills. SB 23 applies only to counties, and I mentioned the uncertainty of the legislative process. We all worked very hard on this bill to get it to a good spot in the Senate. This was filed by Senator Joan Huffman, who chaired the committee this came through. We happen to represent one of her main cities in her district as well, the city of Sugar Land. And we worked as a group of cities to try to make improvements to the bill. It applied to everyone across the board as filed, cities and counties of all sizes. Once this bill passed the Senate, the first thing that was done in the House was all cities were stripped out and this bill only applied to counties. Ultimately, you will see that it only applies to the 5 largest counties in the state and does not apply to Nueces County. The HB 1900 was known as the defunding bill that became applicable to cities. This bill only applies to the 11 largest cities in the state, beginning at Lubbock up, including, of course, you all. And it is another one that we said those details matter. Obviously, I've never seen our clients seek to defund the police departments with regards to reducing the number of police officers and sworn officers, and I know that this city didn't have that as a goal. However, as filed, there were a number of things in this bill that would have created probably impediments. One of those that wasn't considered was, what about cities with crime control districts that have a sales tax component that is variable from year to year and budget year? What about something I heard about even in that discussion, one-time grants from federal agencies? If you had accepted that in the original filed version, say you got $1 million public safety grant, either from the governor's office or federal means, that would have just moved your budget up permanently to that level under the way this was drafted. And so a great deal of time and effort was put in to try to show that there could be some unintended consequences. And fortunately, a large number of those were made. And again, although this is a cutoff, some of the debate centered on what communities this would apply to. And again, it applies to 11 cities throughout the state. But we were happy with the end product, that it ultimately didn't have some of those what we saw as unintended consequences. It will require, if you want to do certain things, that you seek the approval from the governor's crime commission office prior to some of those budgetary moves being made.
I'd add one thing to that. This is a bill that is an example that reaches across so many departments and are required a ton of evaluation from different departments, because there's even a section in there on utility rates. So this, in the final testimony that we had submitted to the committee, it had input from our bond counsel, it had input from police, it had input from legal, both from the ETJ and other annexation provisions in the bill, but also from our legal staff who oversee our contract negotiations and our contract administrations. So this is another example that just requires a great amount of coordination just to testify and just to submit testimony to one hearing. And so that you know, it's a police defund bill. Oh, well, you probably just need to go talk to the chief. This bill had everything but the kitchen sink in it.
And mentioning again, and before we move on, that the details mattered, the punishment, if you will, or the enforcement mechanisms were very serious. They were ability to freeze a city's property tax rate, you lose your annexation authority for a period of 10 years, and other areas that were annexed in the past 30 years could de-annex from your community if you were deemed by the governor's office, if you triggered one of these mechanisms, to be a defunding city. So again, very happy with the final outcome that we're able to work in a lot of the provisions to ensure that those sort of unintended consequences didn't happen. SB 3 was, and again, I mentioned that nothing kind of captivated the legislature the way that the Winter Storm Uri and our event with the electric grid. And that is an ongoing function. Although it's not a part of the current special session call, the governor shortly before the start of this session did instruct the PUC and ERCOT through written correspondence to begin certain proceedings to look to try to come up with ways to ensure a more hardened grid, a more resilient grid, and ultimately what is at the heart of our entire problem, to come up with greater sources of firm generation for the state of Texas and our energy needs. SB 3 certainly put us on that path to begin the winterization of certain generation functions that failed during the course of that, to improve our plan for load shedding, i.e. the reduction of power in a time of need, to have a better alert system and communication system across not only state entities, but local government entities and infected power users, that affected power users of critical functions, such as water utilities, and to winterize certain gas facilities, since it's becoming very clear that the gas component and the fuel source played a very large part of the story of how we got to where we got in the middle of that fateful time in February. And overall, to have better coordination amongst the Railroad Commission, i.e. the gas industry, ERCOT, TxDOT, and TDM, in our emergency management, much the way that you all would and would experience in the time of preparation for a coastal hurricane event. And again, we expect that these bills set up a process to begin that and to come up with a plan that is currently being developed at both at ERCOT and the PUC. One of the other things that it did is we got all brand new commissioners from that. We currently have 3. They also expanded the Public Utility Commission to 5 commissioners, and we're waiting the appointment of those last 2 commissioners. And we have new members of ERCOT as well. Last item that we have with regards to electric is, of course, the cost and the cost impact to everyone that is a consumer and business that's a part of our electric system. Again, it was now deemed the most costly event in our state's history, and there's still a great deal of litigation, unfortunately, that's going on with some of the providers, and we're still figuring out exactly how we're going to pay with regards to some of the liquidity issues at ERCOT. There was a separate bill that was passed that dealt with the securitization of some $800 million of that cost. And so the state, in essence, took out a loan from the rainy day fund to provide that funding to ERCOT. It'll be paid back over a period of time. Lieutenant Governor, in particular, has signaled that he would like that aspect, the financial aspect, to be on the call and for consideration of credits and/or repayments to consumers to be considered as part of that discussion moving forward as well, in addition to ways to ensure that we have the necessary amount of generation for our needs. We've already mentioned some of the ETJ issues. This bill was one that at various times had very bad impacts and would have preempted cities' authority pretty much across the board in the ETJ. As passed, it requires that if a city is going to enter into an ETJ development agreement, that they waive certain immunity to suit for purposes of adjudicating a breach of contract on that ETJ development agreement itself. Allows for actual damages, specific damages, and injunctive relief, but not consequential or exemplary, such as punitive damages that may be granted if the city is deemed to have breached that agreement. And we have seen, I will say, a larger uptick this session and past of causes of actions and areas where we have opened local governments, cities in particular, up to suit in certain areas. And land development agreements is one that we continue to see that as a remedy that is being proposed, whereas in years past, that was very limited in scope and we didn't see that. We're now, as we know, in the midst of a special session that was called July 8th by the governor. Shortly thereafter, as I'm sure all of you have seen in the news and know, a group of Democratic caucus broke quorum and left to go to D.C. where they reside now. There were 9 members of the Democratic members of the Texas Senate that also proceeded, but 4 members stayed back, which allowed for the Senate to still have a 2/3 quorum to operate and conduct business, and they have. I think it's probably worth noting, since I'm in Corpus Christi today, one of the big things that's developed, since they can't do a whole lot on the House floor and they're under what's known a call, is they have to get a permission slip to leave each day. And each day it's a different color, and it's been being deemed with a Texas theme to that color. Today's permission slip was announced on the House floor to be Whataburger orange. So a little levity for the group. But the governor put forward a large number of these items, as you will see here: bail reform, election integrity, border security, bills dealing with limiting social media from banning speech or various types of speech. Article 10 funding was line item vetoed, and it was placed back. That's the legislative branch. That's a very significant item. As of September 1, of course, all funding for state legislative staff will cease. In addition, there are a large number under Article 10 of what are known as legislative agencies. One of the most relevant right now being the Legislative Council, which does all the drafting and so forth for the bills, but they also handle the redistricting process and the map drawing for the state. So they have a little bit of work that's coming up, and certainly a lot of uncertainty as to how that will be remedied, and if it will. The governor has indicated that he will call a August 8th special session if the members do not return to form quorum. You'll see the other items related there. I won't go through all of them. The ones that have gained the most notoriety, if you will, so far, the 13th check for retired teachers is one that has passed and has been a very vocal issue that the legislature has taken up. 2 others underneath the appropriations item, property tax relief and cybersecurity, are both ones that obviously can impact cities real directly. However, the property tax relief that's being discussed primarily has centered around using some of those, I mentioned $5 billion in unexpended revenues, to maybe buy down school M&O property tax rates to help reduce the property tax burden on the school finance system, the local portion. We will, and I mentioned that Chairman Hunter is about to have his busiest time with regards to his committee. He, of course, chairs the House Redistricting Committee, and it is anticipated that the United States Census Bureau will have, in the first week of September, our block data census information that would allow for map drawing to begin and to be put forward to council to begin that process in the legislative realm. And so it's anticipated that we will have a mid-September redistricting special session, and that it could potentially last for 2. So we would be looking at the middle of November. We, of course, have 2 new congressional seats to draw that Texas gained through that process. And then, of course, they have the legislative seats and the judicial seats. If they are unable to draw those maps, we then kick that process over to our 5 state officials that serve on the Legislative Redistricting Board. Ultimately, you can rest assured that that will end up, all of it, in the courts, as we still have litigation surrounding our previous legislative redistricting process. One of the areas that got a lot of discussion was the governor's authority with regards to federal stimulus funds and relief funds that came about. A great deal of those were expended without legislative input during the course of the pandemic. There was a rider added to the budget that gives the legislature the ability to at least they have to have met and considered, they don't have to appropriate, but at least been given that opportunity to do so before the governor could use certain executive authority and authority with the Legislative Budget Board to appropriate those funds. And with some of the additional funds that are anticipated to be coming from the federal level in addition to those that we did not expend in certain areas, that was a pretty big concession, if you will, on the authority and between that debate. We anticipate, like we said, the remainder basically from now up until almost through November of being in some form of legislative session to handle some of these items. There is discussion that we will have a larger number of items that might be added even prior to this special session ending. But unquestionably, cities are going to continue to have to monitor and see how it impacts. And with that, I would open it up to any questions. And I know it's a lot of information. Thank you for your time today. And thank you again for the opportunity to work with this great community.
Okay, I thank you,
Thank
Snapper,
you.
Tammy, and everyone on your team that have been a part of the successes we've had. And people tell us, I don't know how y'all do it. I don't know how y'all do it. Yeah, exactly. So anyway, thank you for your hard work. Tammy, thank you for all you do. And we'll stay in very close touch moving forward. Okay. Are you up, Richard? Yes.
Afternoon, Mayor, Council, City Manager's Office, Richard Martinez, Public Works Director. And today I'd like to welcome the Regional Transportation Authority, who are a major transportation partner in our area. Today, their CEO, Jorge Cruz Aedo, will be providing an overview and briefing of positive transformational changes the RT implemented over the last year. So with that, I want to thank Jorge for his patience and introduce him.
We've had a long meeting, an unanticipated long meeting.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having us. I'd like to introduce our board chair, Mr. Ed Martinez. Take your board.
Good afternoon. I see you had a relatively short meeting today.
Yeah.
So I've been told to add another 15 minutes or so to it. My name's Eddie Martinez. I'm the current chairman of the RTA, and I just wanted to say thank you, Mayor, Council, for allowing us to come and do a briefing with you today. Typically, we do this about once a year where we do a review of what's gone on over the last 12 months to give everybody an update, catch you up on the activities that we're engaged in thus far, and obviously, with what has occurred over the last 12 plus months, there's a lot that's been going on. As an appointing body, you obviously have 5 members on our board. I'd like to just, if you don't know them, Ms. Patricia Dominguez, who actually serves as our chair of our Administration and Finance Committee, Ms. Gabby Canales, Mr. Eloy Salazar, Mr. Philip Skabarczyk, and Mr. Matt Woolbright, who's here with me today. You know, in 2020, obviously, we've been severely impacted by COVID, and not only that, but obviously the weather elements that have plagued us in the Gulf of Mexico, and, you know, we'll see what happens this year as well. But through it all, staff, you know, leadership has been instrumental in all the activities and preparation to combat and keep not only our employees safe, but also the riders in our community. And I'm really here just to kind of open up the opportunity for us to give that presentation, allow Jorge to show you the 30 minutes, you know, presentation we have for you. It's a year review, and it's really a commitment of what we've done to enhance our security and safety services throughout the community, improve our infrastructure that we've allocated through the board, through the senior leadership, and all the staff. Really the commitment for improved amenities throughout the region, you know, bus stops, shelters, benches, et cetera. It's been much needed, and I think you'll see that we've really made a priority out of allocating dollars for that. But we are grateful to serve on this agency. I think I speak for the board when I say it's truly an honor to represent not only the city council, but the entire region and ensure the continued mobility of the entire region. With that, I'm going to allow Jorge to kind of come up here and give you an overview of the activities we've done over the last year. Thank you.
And I'm going to make this fun for y'all because we have an 8-minute video that we have worked very hard to put everything that we have done through 2019 and to 2020 for y'all to kind of get a good feel for what we're about and what we're doing. And then I'll wrap it up with a few closing comments. So if I can get the video.
On behalf of our entire staff and your 2020 Corpus Christi Regional Transportation Authority Board of Directors, we'd like to thank you for your trust and support as we recap some major accomplishments the Bee was able to complete this past year. 2020 was a year like no other. While the COVID-19 pandemic was a setback, it did lead to some positive, transformational changes to how we serve and protect our riders and team members. We remain financially strong and are now safer from viruses, more efficient through technology, and we were able to maintain our fleet and our workforce through it all. But that's just the beginning. Managing finances during a pandemic is definitely a challenge, but it's one that we faced head on. We secured and processed a CARES grant totaling $16.3 million to help support and maintain operations, employee retention, and financial support to procure items to mitigate COVID-19. We developed online automated processes for remote payroll, accelerated payments via a secured lockbox system, and converted payments to ACH payments process. We recently completed the 2019 audit test and CAFR, coordinated with DOC on quarterly online sales tax surveys, and continue to maintain COVID-19 inventory supplies. Our hard work was recognized by the Government Finance Officers Association. Better systems, better service. From automatic passenger counters and real-time onboard service updates and mapping, to live board meetings, a teleworking system, and a new IVR phone system, technology is helping us lead the way in information sharing with our riders and the community. Our procurement department developed more efficient ways to do business, like online proposal and bidding process, which increased bids submitted via email. In all, the CARES grant allowed us to execute 14 contracts, 76 agreements, and procured $633,000 in PPE, and are maintaining rolling PPE stock moving forward. In 2021, CCRTA also secured more than $6.8 million from the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act, CRRSAA, to maintain operations and continue capital projects. While we saw an expected drop in usage, CCRTA transportation remained available to riders for essential travel and for the dependent frontline workforce throughout the pandemic. A modified schedule allowed for CCRTA's entire fleet to receive high-grade sanitation cleaning treatment each evening. As we look to the future, we've developed a comprehensive 5-year service plan for 2021 through 2025 with a continued focus on safety, ridership, service hours, and miles projected. We continuously analyze data to advance performance and better serve our riders. We evaluate daily and bi-weekly passenger loads to monitor student and senior ridership, including bicycle and wheelchair counts, and service levels before and during COVID-19. Previous to the pandemic, we enhanced the rider experience by launching new pilot programs, including the Flex and Port Aransas Express service, Q-strained quantum automatic wheelchair securing features, and the first autonomous vehicle in South Texas. The last year required a lot of adjustments, but we were on top of it. We coordinated with emergency management in response to multiple hurricane scares. We added additional services to TAMU CC's Momentum Campus and the Crosstown Shuttle to support the Viking Islander program. We suspended routes with duplicate or low ridership and expanded free services for Election Day. Last year, we kept our fleet running to the highest of standards. We designed, fabricated, updated, and installed key elements to improve the quality of our vehicles and received awarded contracts to increase fuel efficiency. Our capital programs focused on ADA bus stop improvements and amenity enhancements, contributing to the inclusiveness for all pedestrians and the beautification of our city streets, while providing safety and comfort to our riders, including 40 new shelters featuring solar-powered lighting, more than 70 refurbished shelters, and 40 additional new benches. That's just the beginning. An additional 300 bus shelters will be installed by the end of 2021. Our 3-year shelter program includes replacing our existing wooden benches with 566 new advertising benches, plus 230 semi-seating with beacon lighting at bus stops currently without benches, for an investment of almost $6.7 million. We continue forward with ADA accessibility initiatives exclusive with $1.5 million dedicated to continued accessibility compliance for bus stops and services. To date, ADA bus stop improvements total an estimated $5.1 million. The improvements include curb ramps at intersections, sidewalk improvements, and shelter pads. Also, CCRTA will invest funding to enhance the city street infrastructure at bus stops by investing nearly $725,000 in bus pad infrastructure. This capital spending increases the durability of the roadway with the installation of concrete surface areas at the bus stop. All of these improvements will contribute positively to enhance the quality, safety, and accessibility of public transportation to CCRTA riders. We have several exciting projects currently in progress, which will improve connectivity throughout the city. Our Port Ayers transfer station rebuild will transform one of our busiest hubs, and the new Del Mar Southside campus stops will bring much-needed service to the growing Deep South Side. We're also improving infrastructure and implementing maintenance projects that will help ensure the best experience for our riders. Safety is a major priority for CCRTA. We want riders to feel safe every time they board our fleet. To ensure the safety of our riders, we've added 180 security guard hours per week at our transfer stations, plus additional day hours to the Security Patrol Rover. We also continue to make CCRTA safer by collaborating with community partners like the Robstown Canine Unit and other local police and fire departments to achieve a safer environment for our employees and riders. Focusing on public image and transparency, we continued to build a stronger relationship between CCRTA and the communities we serve. We effectively communicated safety information regarding COVID-19 prevention and updates as they evolved throughout the year. We created new service options like the Port Aransas Express to better connect our growing regional workforce. We introduced new technology deploying the area's first autonomous vehicle, Surge, to serve our Islanders campus. These efforts earned us several accolades from the Texas Transit Association and Southwest Transit Association. Caring for our employees didn't stop during a pandemic. We found new ways to show our appreciation for their hard work and dedication. We implemented Hero Pay for our active essential workers, increased teleworking capabilities, and provided HEB gift cards to all employees in lieu of traditional holiday events. We focused on health and wellness on site by providing PPE gear and introducing daily contactless infrared temperature screenings. We also provided health screenings and immunizations for employees and their dependents. To reduce the spread of germs, our staff increased the frequency of high-grade sanitation cleaning treatments throughout the workplace. The HR department transitioned CCRTA's recruitment process into a successful virtual onboarding and training program. It's all about doing better every day. Our Better Starts With Me internal campaign boosted employee morale during a year like no other. We're optimistic about the future as we complete upcoming projects that will enhance and expand services for years to come. Because no matter what lies ahead, we'll get you to where you need to be safely.
One of our programs is that begins with me. We work with our employees every day to not only train them professionally so that they can be good operators and good technicians to support the system, but also to give them more meaningful lifestyles so that not only is it good to work at the RTA, you feel well going to the RTA. We also have implemented an institutional annual priority ethics training for every employee and board members that come to the RTA. So we go through that to ensure that we know what the standards are so that we have a good workforce. I want to comment also on 3 major projects that we're doing with some grant funds that we received. First is the Port Air Station. The other is the Del Mar College South Campus, the bus stops we're putting at that campus, and some improvements to the concrete work out at the Bear Lane. When you see construction begin in a few months for Port Airs, you're going to still see the bank standing. And I want to be sure the council understands that the bank's still going to be up because we're going through a 2-year process to ensure if there's some way it can be repurposed, we'll repurpose it. If there's no way to repurpose using private funds, not public funds, then at the end of the 2nd year, the Historic Commission has allowed us to tear the facility down if there are no takers for reprioritization and repurposing of the building. Additionally, what you will see more and more is, you heard the comments about we had 200 bus stops with shelters and amenities. We're increasing that by 300 this coming year. And the purpose is so that we're going to be increasing to almost half of our bus stops to have bus stop amenities in all of the community, not just the south side, but the west side, the north side, the entire service area. So you're going to see many more silver bus stops versus the old red and blue bus stops that were fading and were in need of repair. We're committing now that at least half of our bus stops be improved, which is going to be at the higher levels of any community in the United States. Some of the things we've been proud of that we did, for example, was like the Port A ferry that starts here in Corpus, stops in Ingleside, stops in Aransas Pass, and then stops at Port A. Aransas Pass and Ingleside aren't in our service area, but the city have allowed us to stop in their communities so that we can pick up vitally needed workforces to place in Port Aransas. So with the support of Port Aransas, with the support of 2 other cities, and starting the service and ending the service in our service area, we're able to expand that service, and it's working well. The autonomous vehicle pilot has worked well. However, the pandemic changed the situation for us. One, the vehicle is now too small because of social distancing and requiring an operator be on board. So that the conditions changed in that regard. The other condition that changed, which really affected us and how we looked at the autonomous vehicle, is the university's going primarily for the next year to 18 months to a virtual world of education. not having the students that we needed to, in essence, really run the pilot to the level that it should have gone. Based on that, the school is encouraging us to maybe discontinue, so we've moved forward with canceling the service in July, and the autonomous program will end very successfully because we were able to gain a lot of technical information regarding autonomous vehicles and size of vehicles, and looking forward into the future of maybe redirecting that energy to some other form of autonomous vehicles in the community. Safety and security, paramount. And we've all had community challenges here with our homeless. So do we. We are retrofitting some of our benches to include the anti-personnel lane bars so that that's a safer situation. And every one of our new buses will have, bus stops will have the new form of technology to discourage the loitering around the bus stops. So key programs, things that you'll see, we're here to ensure that the community, the region that we serve is being met with quality service during these challenging times of COVID-19. When I do these things, I usually try to end it this very same way. I always say, come ride your system. You'll find it that it'll be safe, you'll find it to be clean, and you'll find it to be very efficient, and you'll be proud of the transit authority that you have in your community serving our citizens. So with that, if we have any questions, I got my board chair, board member, I'm here, and look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you. Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor. Matt, Mr. Woolbright, I appreciate you being here. I am tremendously disappointed that our other board members didn't want to attend this briefing. It is, I think we chastised our port commissioners for this not too long ago, but
We definitely tried to keep them involved. You know, everybody's notified, but we definitely tried to keep them involved of the timing of the schedule today. And Matt, last minute, Matt was like, okay, we're about to come up, let me run over there right away. He was, at this point, otherwise undetained. But we definitely apologize that they're not all here. They wanted to be here. Unfortunately, I guess the timing of this full agenda made it a little bit challenging today.
okay, maybe for our next briefing, we should have our board members here to give their perspective on things. In terms of your, and I've got a few questions for you. Right before the coronavirus, the Wuhan coronavirus took place, you were looking at bringing in increasing fares. And as part of that process, you have to ask, the appointing authorities for permission to do that. What are your current plans for that?
We have reached out to our small city mayors and visited with them and are awaiting the designation of their reps. We've reached out to the county, and the county has committed to make some appointments coming up. We did visit with the mayor to share the need for a fair review committee that's comprised of 5 members from the city council, 3 members from the county, and 3 members from the small mayors. So it's in process so that we can get the appointments made and move forward with that.
So what is your current recovery rate?
The current recovery rate is probably in the lower 20% right now.
Your fair recovery rate is low 20%?
Correct.
Robert Saldana, Managing Director of Administration, so I kind of oversee the finance and that kind of area. Pre-pandemic, it was about 6.5% recovery rate, and that's the ratio of what our fares pays for operational expenses. During the pandemic right now, we're about 3.3%.
Okay, that sounds more like what I was expecting. Okay, so that being said, what's your current cost per person per trip average?
Cost is what, Robert?
So for our fixed route, our average cost is about $5.23. And then for our paratransit, it's somewhere around $22 for a passenger trip.
Do you have any fixed routes that are above $22?
No, sir. Not including like a pilot program where you might just get a few riders because you just started the program right there, but fixed route itself that are established, no, sir.
Does that include your Port Aransas Express?
That's a pilot program that runs seasonally, so I don't include that into the fixed route.
What does that cost per person per trip?
Not quite sure because we just started it up this year. It's usually a summertime, the spring through summer. We got a little later started a little later this year because of the COVID, and it's really kicking off really right now.
And what's your cost for the ferry that goes to Port Aransas? What's the cost per person per trip?
We haven't had a ferry in a few years now, sir.
He just mentioned a ferry that goes to Ingleside and.
It takes the ferry. The pilot starts here, goes through Ingleside and Aransas Pass, takes the ferry to Port Aransas.
Okay, so you're sending, this is the express?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not a ferry that goes from here to there?
No,
It's
no,
not a
no,
boat? You don't have a boat, okay.
It uses the state
I
ferry.
want to make sure that was clear. You know, I'm a little curious as to this because asking political entities to increase rates on citizens is not always an easy thing to do.
Absolutely.
As a matter of fact, I recall this discussion when I was on the board.
Mm-hmm.
And I was chastised for wanting to increase rates when I said we needed to change that system. Karma.
Yeah, and we'll get into all those details, but it's been longer than a century since we were given the opportunity to adjust our
Century?
rates.
A decade.
Yes, decade, yeah.
So it's been, 2010 was, it feel, in transit years, it feels like a century. But it's been about 2010 was the last time that we raised fares, sir.
Right. I just, you may want to look to ask us to change the system so you're not asking us to increase rates on our citizens. It's like asking us to increase taxes.
There's two cities that have transit systems with this kind of requirement. One of them is San Antonio, and one of them is Corpus Christi. And we've tried from time to time to look at introducing legislation, but it never goes much further than the attempting formulation of getting that change in place.
Yeah, that was one of those things. Well, I appreciate your time. Like I said, I'm still disappointed that that board members did not come in here. And I wanted to ask last questions here on the, as I understand, you have the construction for the Ayers new bus stop out for bid right now? Or has that been selected?
The contract for the architect to design it is out to bid right now.
Just the architect design.
Mm-hmm.
What about the Southside campus, Del Mar Southside campus? Who's constructing that?
We haven't bid that out yet.
So it's going to be constructed by the RTA?
No. When we bid it out, we'll be making the selection of who will build.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
It's going to be paid for by the RTA?
Yes, it's paid for by grants that the RTA received for that purpose.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Smith.
Thank you all for the presentation on there. I really appreciate it, and board members, thank you for coming on there. So the Port A Express, I really appreciate what you're doing, the regionalism on there. I know it's always been an issue with Aransas Pass and Ingleside, but this helps City of Corpus Christi too, because Mustang Island, we have those hotels and they're paying their sales tax. So it's not, we speak about the Port Aransas, but it's the Mustang Island. It's a big needed benefit. So thanks for that pilot program, and I hope it works out. So a couple of things. What do you see for your ridership trends? I know it's hard with having a crystal ball with COVID on there. Where are they going, and how do you expect in the next 3 to 5 years, how will the RTA, as far as its routes, its flex versus fixed on there, what do you see is going to be happening in 3 to 5 years?
Well, the industry is changing, and the need for more on-demand is putting pressures on the fixed routes that are more efficient because of the ability to amortize the vehicles for, 12, 15 years. But that being said, though, right now with the schools being closed, pretty much not at the levels they had been in the past pre-COVID, and based on some of the jobs not coming back as quickly as we would like, a third of our riderships were students, a third of our riders were going to work with us. They're not going to work right now with us, and obviously they're not going to school right now with us. So once that situation begins to trend up, we fully anticipate that our trends will follow that with our ridership. But right now, it is a tough road. It is a point where we used to have 15, 16, 17 riders a day to now being around 6,000 or 7,000 riders per day. So we've lost a lot of riders. But in exchange for keeping the service at the levels that we had before, with the same number of routes and whatnot, not necessarily the frequency, but the routes, that's where we've been able to receive the federal grants that help pay for the loss that we currently experience. And we've received, as you saw in the video, $6.8 million the first go round, and we've received another $16 million. And we're going to receive in later 2021 and 22 another 16 million. So we're being defrayed from losing money by the federal government, as are most transit authorities.
So, Jorge, where do you think you'll be in 2025 ridership-wise? And will you, the same scheduling? Will you be the same? Will you be more flex? Where are you going to be now? Let's get the virus behind us.
I think that our frequencies, we're going to be doing a system analysis later this year, looking at COVID situations. And our frequencies will likely change. Our routes will probably improve so that we have higher levels of ridership choosing us to ride. And by making these improvements from a health and safety perspective and from a law enforcement perspective, people are going to feel more comfortable than they have during the COVID situation.
Councilman Pusley.
Thank you, Mayor. Jorge, I wanted to ask just a couple of quick questions. I'm glad to hear about your increased funding for bus stop covers. They're sorely lacking in the northwest area of the city and county, and I hope that part of that expansion is going to take place. You can tell a northwest bus rider by how suntan they are. So I know Councilman Lerman and I would both appreciate that, and the people who use the buses in that area. Also, a long time ago, the RTA used to have a ferry that ran on the bayfront here. Has there been any discussions about, I know it was very controversial and a lot of people said it was a waste of money, and then when it went away, I heard from lots of people who said, well, why did y'all take that away? It was a great thing, and especially with the expansion of our aquarium and visitors coming here who want to go from, and now it's going to be a little bit harder because of the new Harbor Bridge location. So has there been any discussions about the possibility of bringing that back?
The board in 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Yeah, 2 or 3 years ago, the board did have us look into it to see what the cost would be and that kind of scenario. And it was going to be 3 to 4 times what the cost had been for us historically. And the initial financial review said that unless we get some willing partners to help.
Is that just the operational cost, or was that the purchase of a ferry, or what was the?
That was the least cost of trying to get a ferry, and there weren't that many available, And the discussion was, well, do we get partners or not partners that have money to help with the operation? And it never got any traction with my board.
Right.
And we haven't brought it back up to them. But that's an option.
Well, maybe that would be worth a little
Yeah.
future examination, and maybe we could help you find some partners.
Sure.
I mean, the aquarium might be interested in something like that, and I serve on the aquarium board. But
Hey,
you know,
Councilman.
I just think it would be a worthwhile endeavor to look at.
Councilman Pusley?
Yeah.
I was actually on the board when we had the ferry.
Yeah, and I know you were instrumental in killing it, so.
Well, let me give you some numbers. I think the rates we were charging to get from the T-head over to, I guess, to the aquarium was about $2.50 was the fare. It cost us somewhere in the neighborhood between 25 and 27 per person to make that trip.
Yeah.
And that had to do with the type of vehicle that it had to be, because it had to be a certain amount of stability, so it had to be a certain size. And there was just the cost factor, and that was, you know, it was like a sieve leaking money. And not that it was such a bad thing, it's just the cost difference was too high.
Yeah.
You know, the idea for a standard for example, like a fixed route, it cost them $22 to get a small vehicle, one of the paratransit vehicles, to go pick someone up at their house and take them where they need to go per person per trip. If you had a fixed route that would cost more than that per person per trip, it didn't make sense to have that fixed route, because it'd be cheaper to just send a taxi to go get them. So similar thing to happen with in terms of a standard. Well, what's your standard? What would be a good route?
Right.
That far exceeded what that good route would have been, and I know it was nice to have, but it was just that money could have been utilized somewhere else in a.
No, I realize, I read all the newspaper articles. I realize how controversial it was and how expensive it was. But maybe we need to look at the business plan from a little different perspective and figure out a better way to skin the cat, so to speak. And you can't do something that financially doesn't make sense, but maybe if we look at it from a different perspective, we might be able to make it more reasonable. Government is involved in a lot of things. It never makes a profit. You know, if we were worried about that, we'd be over there knocking down that convention center right now, because it costs the city a fortune to operate that, as it did the county to operate the fairgrounds. I mean, it's a losing proposition every year. But we also are in the business of providing services and public services to people, just like your buses are. So it's something I think may be worthwhile at looking at. And if it's not feasible, it's not feasible, but at least we will have looked at it. But thank you, and I appreciate the report. Good job, and thank you for all you're doing. I think the ethics training was a good addition to your efforts, and hopefully we can get some bus covers out in the Northwest area.
We will have, in about 3 years, half of the bus stops with shelters and amenities. So that's the plan. We did 300 this past year. So that's, all right, thank y'all.
Yeah,
Thank you,
thank you so much. Thank you all for being here. Matt, thank you especially for making the effort.
Thank you.
Yes. Richard, thank you. Bye. Okay. Okay, well then I think that was our last item. So there being no further business, I adjourn the meeting.
A beautiful lawn is something to behold. So when the yard work is done, what should you do with the grass and branch trimmings? They should not be held in the blue bin. Meet Hardly Yardly. When he's swaying in the breeze, he provides much needed shade. But once his branches snap, he wilts away, becoming another offender in the recycling bin's dirty dozen. Yard waste cannot be recycled. It should be composted, mulched, or set out for brush pickup. It's another way to recycle right.
The Corpus Christi Parks and Recreation Department staff keeps kids active with their Latchkey program all year long. The Latchkey program offerings include an after-school program, vacation station camps, and summer camps. Our dynamic, creative, and trained staff is ready to engage with your kids in a wide range of activities, from